This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. Good morning to you. Good Monday. Okay, what happens when a fire department is called to its own facility for a fire? Uh-oh. A California couple builds a house in Glacier National Park without permission. So sue us, they say. No, wait. They're suing. Cade Cole goes primitive on his latest elk hunt. While he may pamper his hunt clients, this Wyoming guy doesn't even bring food, water, or matches on his wapiti chase. Wyoming Supreme Court will decide whether cops can search your lawyer. How windy is too windy in Wyoming? And how cold is too cold that you shouldn't wash your car? The honor system works just fine at a Worland roadside stand. Sled dogs are coming to DuBois after a 20-year hiatus. Self-driving semi-trucks, grain weevil robots. What year is this? It's the future.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 13th. I'm Wendy Corr, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by Visit Casper. Visit Casper invites you to come enjoy the Casper International Film Festival January 31st through February 2nd. A broad range of films from local and international filmmakers will be shown. Learn more and get your tickets at visitcasper.com. Cheyenne firefighters were dispatched to a structure fire at a familiar address Saturday night just north of the city limits. The corrugated steel three-bay garage is the Laramie County Fire Authority's Station 74, a non-operational facility that's home to the department's mechanic and wildland firefighting team. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson drove to the firehouse that was completely gutted by the blaze.
All the doors were off, and it looked like just nuclear apocalypse landscape inside. These trucks were totally burned out. They were ash, they were gray, they were half melting. It's right across the street from a nursery, a popular nursery here in Cheyenne. The owner of the nursery described watching it burn and was just worried and concerned that it was going to jump over the road. And luckily, no one was there. It's not a manned station anymore. They use it to store their wildland firefighting gear, and the mechanic is based out of there, so they do some work. So there's nothing there that affects day-to-day responses.
An investigation into what caused the fire is still underway. It's being handled by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the Laramie County Sheriff's Office. In late 2022, a San Diego couple began construction on a 3-story mountain getaway on the banks of Lower McDonald Creek just inside Glacier National Park. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that a federal judge is now weighing arguments in a lawsuit over the house, and her decision could invite more unregulated development inside national park boundaries.
So this couple did not get approval from the state of Montana, which regulates these kinds of things through local conservation districts. So now it's turned into this fight between this couple and the Flathead Conservation District. It's gone all the way up to federal court. We had a hearing on Wednesday, and now a judge has to decide, does the state of Montana have jurisdiction on private land inside Glacier Park, or is that jurisdiction reserved solely for the park?
If John and Stacy Ambler prevail in this federal case, the court could grant them immunity from a long-standing state law, which is meant to prevent costly damage to Montana's streams caused by developing in the stream bed or too close to the water along the banks. The Wyoming Supreme Court is considering whether and when it's appropriate for law enforcement agents to search a criminal defendant's lawyer. Attorney Jason Gay filed a petition last week to the state's highest court, asking it to decide if it's unreasonable for sheriff's deputies to search a lawyer and his office and potentially his home when the attorney isn't suspected of a crime. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Mr. Chet Walker of Southwest Wyoming was like, hey, I'm charged with violation of protection order, but I have some evidence that my wife violated a protection order and did some other bad things. And those are in videos on my phone. And so law enforcement tried working with Walker's attorney, Jason Gay, but ultimately the judge granted a warrant to search the lawyer's person, property, premises, and his firm. So the attorney, Jason Gay, is telling the Wyoming Supreme Court, like, you have to intervene because when cops start searching criminal defendants' offices, there's a risk that they'll stumble on other client files or other incriminating things or sensitive things that are supposed to be attorney-client privilege.
Gay told Uinta County authorities that he could hand over the needed data, but he wanted them to specify the scope or just what they wanted from the phone first, so only some evidence from the phone would be made available to law enforcement. Well, as if hunting elk in Wyoming's high country isn't already tough enough, Cade Cole took it up several notches by venturing into the mountains without food or water to live off the land. The 30-year-old hunter from Crowheart told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines he was able to kill a 5-point bull with a 15-yard shot and return home after 5 days in the backcountry with only 2 horses and a mule for company. He said that bare-bones primitive approach is all about getting back to the roots of hunting.
Over the past few years, he's kind of been pushing himself to more and more primitive extremes. He took his bow, his knife, and the clothes on his back, and that's all he took. In other words, he forced himself to live off the land. He started fires with the old-fashioned friction method. Just a cool experience of someone taking their skills and their knowledge of the wilderness to the utter extreme and challenging himself as hard as he could.
Cole makes a living by guiding hunting trips and also offers wilderness survival courses, but he said he doesn't expect his clients to go to the extremes that he did. U.S. Highway 20 was thoroughly immersed in darkness when Winnie Molnar left Worland last Saturday night. That's why she was surprised to have her route illuminated by several beams of light shining up into the sky. Molnar stopped to take photos of places where the light stretched like skyscrapers into the starless sky. The phenomenon, called light pillars, aren't all that unusual. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi, but they only appear under certain atmospheric conditions.
We're not talking like 32 or 30 degrees, but in the teens or single digits or lower. The ice in the air forms into hexagonal crystals, and then when the light of the surrounding landscape, whether that be your car or street lights or refineries off in the distance, the light refracts into these giant pillars that extend up into the heavens as far as you can go, and they reflect the color of the light. So they're a very beautiful phenomenon to witness.
Light pillars are more common in low spots like river valleys and basins where conditions can get colder and calmer. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Cold northwest winds aloft mean more chilly temperatures and gusty northwest winds across the state today and into a good part of Tuesday. For you folks in north central and northeastern Wyoming, still expect some occasional periods of snow and snow showers. Nothing real heavy, but along that I-90 corridor from around brisk winds and hazardous travel today. Scattered flurries elsewhere, cold northwest winds. Then the middle of the week, we have a break. There's going to be a little bit of high pressure moving temporarily between Wednesday through Thursday. That will lead to warmer temperatures and dry conditions. However, a heads up to livestock interests and a heads up to travelers, probably the coldest air of the winter season so far will be arriving by next weekend, and we'll have more on that cold snap for you as we progress through the upcoming week.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch. We're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
It's not yet ready for market, but a little robot gadget will be a game changer for agriculture safety and could save lives by preventing grain bin accidents. The device, called a grain weevil, is a 50-pound remote-controlled robot created by a Nebraska family, which could help prevent the roughly 25 grain bin engulfment deaths that happen every year.
A family friend who kind of knew their expertise said, hey, why don't you make some kind of robot spot to where I don't have to go into a grain bin ever again. So they did a little research, and when they found out how dangerous it really is to go in a grain bin, they said, heck yeah, we're going to do that. They did get a $1.1 million in total grant from National Science Foundation to develop this. What looks like a solid pile of grain really isn't. If you collapse one of these air pockets, which can sometimes be quite large, it just sucks you in kind of inexorably. If you fall in over your knees, you will struggle to get out by yourself. If it's up to your chest, it's like an emergency situation. It's literally crushing the life out of you.
The grain weevil can do just about anything a person with a shovel might need to do in a grain bin, like tamping down air pockets, scooping stuck grain off the walls, and breaking up surface crust so that the grain will dry properly. The device has already caught the eye of at least one Wyoming farmer who said he hopes it will be available soon. Well, imagine a future when self-driven 18-wheelers navigate the most infamous mountain highways in the West, such as Teton Pass and Gallatin Canyon. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that when that future arrives, a Bozeman company built partially on research done in Big Sky could be at the forefront of this bold new reality for the trucking industry. In December, Aurora, a self-driving technology company, announced the opening of its new office and testing facility on Montana State University's Innovation Campus in Bozeman.
So the technology is called LiDAR, and it uses laser pulses to measure things and detect things and respond to things. It's super eyesight. And the scientists that I spoke to at Montana State University said that they trust LiDAR more than they trust themselves driving in a snowstorm. That at night, especially, this LiDAR can detect things far down the road and then using software stop or slow down a vehicle headed in that direction.
Aurora's driverless trucks are equipped with LiDAR that's designed and built in Bozeman. They expect to launch their driverless trucks in Texas in April of this year. Well, the state of Wyoming received no advanced warning on January 12, 1995, when wolves were released in Yellowstone National Park. Then Wyoming Governor Jim Geringer told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that then U.S. Secretary of the Interior Bruce Babbitt didn't even offer the professional courtesy of a phone call. He called Geringer after he landed with the plane that carried the wolves from Canada.
They had no idea that the wolf reintroductions were supposed to be happening that day. They flew in, landed the planes, and it was only after the planes were on the ground and the trucks with the crates were headed toward Yellowstone. Oh, hey, by the way, we're going to release the wolves today. So 30 years later, that still leaves a bad taste in our mouth.
Wildlife biologists agree that the reintegration of wolves into Yellowstone has been a resounding success. But Geringer maintains that the way Babbitt started the reintroduction was disingenuous and dismissive of Wyoming's concerns and perspective. Well, Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd have one of the most iconic rivalries in Hollywood history, and one of the earliest cartoons to feature the two characters facing off was set in familiar-ish landscape, Yellowstone National Park. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that although Wabbit Twubble was released in 1941, it's taken on a new life thanks to the eclectic humor of the internet.
There's an internet meme called Big Chungus, which is just a fat Bugs Bunny that's become incredibly popular in the 21st century. Now, it's just happened about what's the origin of that? And it came from a 1941 cartoon. Wabbit Twubble was set in Yellowstone National Park, which is a westful tweet for Elmer Fudd. It's a really interesting cartoon from the nascent period of the Bugs and Elmer rivalry, where both the characters are recognizable, but they're not their established selves. And the fact that it's set in a Yellowstone but not is just their clever way of being funny back in the 1940s. But the fact that you can get a Big Chungus out of it today is a sign that these cartoons have a timeless quality that a lot of media lacks, and people are still enjoying gags and elements of those cartoons nearly a century later.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
And let's get you started with a sunrise of the day. John Buckley with this shot in Jackson Hole. He used 60-second exposure, which gives it that unique look. I don't know if I could hold my camera still for 60 seconds when it's 15 below zero. And hopefully John had a tripod. But he did say long exposures hurt at that temperature. Wilson resident John Buckley with a nice shot of Jackson Hole at 15 below. It's not quite that cold this morning, but it's, in the neighborhood. Here's the day weather forecast for Wyoming. In Casper, you're going to be mostly breezy. Sunny, though, with highs 26. Same for Lander. In southwest Wyoming, Evanston, partly sunny with highs around 20. 24, the best you'll do in Rock Springs with sunny skies today. In western Wyoming, Pinedale, sunny 21. Mostly sunny and 20 in Afton. Dubois, mostly sunny but blustery. Highs near 24. Jackson, you'll be 21 with partly sunny skies today. Thermopolis, mostly sunny, highs near 29. 31 and partly sunny skies in Cody. Same for Powell, really. Buffalo, partly sunny, highs around 28. Sheridan, chance of snow before 2 p.m. Otherwise, becoming sunny, highs around 33 in Sheridan. In Gillette, Wyoming, chance of snow, mostly cloudy, highs around 27. Newcastle, also some patchy blowing snow before 2, otherwise mostly cloudy, 28. Torrington, sunny, breezy, 33, the high today. Could be gusty in Wheatland as well, 31, but sunny. In Cheyenne, patchy blowing snow, sunny, breezy, highs 28. Laramie, 23, mostly sunny today. And in Rawlins, mostly sunny, highs around 21 with some wind gusts. Saratoga, maybe a chance of snow in the early part of the day, but sun in the afternoon, highs 22. Share the weather map with you. Looks like this. Current temperatures and conditions across the state. Yeah, you got that cold start in Jackson, 6 degrees above zero. By this time next week, though, oh boy, this weekend looks super cold everywhere. 14 degrees down there in Star Valley and Afton. 17 in Cody. Riverton, you're at zip. 0, -2 in Kemmer. Lyman at 8. Rock Springs, 10. Rawlins, 2. These are all above zeros. That's the good news. Buffalo, 23. Casper, 24. And you're 18 in the capital city right now. Road conditions pretty good. I mean, it's as good as I-80 is going to be, honestly, in January. That's really good. Clean and green. You got some slick conditions, though, up in the north part of the state. And Don Day warned us all that would be the case. Everywhere, everywhere north of Casper, Shoshone, Lusk, everywhere north of there, roads in and out of Buffalo, Gillette, Moorcroft, Wright, Midwest, they're all slippery. You got some slick conditions you got to watch out for. But on the main arteries, the interstates, 90 and 25, or 80 and 25, looking really good. So let's get into the Zoom room. Greg Johnson's with us as we tee up the Monday morning. I'm upside down again. I'm having an upside down Monday. I can go with that for a little bit. Greg, what's happening Monday?
Yeah, not much. How's it going, Jake?
It's good. Bills won. A little bit of a scare there early.
They did. Well, I'm not devastated by it because except for the Broncos, I'll root for the Bills. So
yeah, you and John Baggett and kind of everybody representing the Wyoming feel for that game, which is, hey, we're still Denver fans, but these Buffalo Bills are fun because Josh Allen's like Superman.
The Broncos just aren't at that level quite yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although they were a lot better this year than I think people thought they would be. You know, they were picked at the beginning of the year to be one of the worst teams in the league, and you know they made the playoffs, and so
yeah.
At least now it's ended with a little. We don't dread the next season right now,
right?
After like we have the last few years.
No, there's some definite positive things. Flip horizontal. I did the wrong thing again. There are positive signs. You just don't have all the pieces in place. You got a good quarterback. You've got Patrick Surtain and a decent pass rush. You need some more big bodies in the interior defensive line to stop the run. But yeah, it's coming around. You see all the signs. You got a really good coach, supposedly.
Yeah. It's good. Well, and now we're cleared. Now the Broncos fans in Wyoming are cleared to root for the Bills the rest of the way.
Yes, you've got permission, a note from your doctor saying go full fire. We'll take you. Plenty of room on the bandwagon. Come on board. Let's all just be Josh Allen fans. He just happens to play for Buffalo. No problem. Which is kind of like Wyoming. I did notice the announcers of that game said that Denver shouldn't be bothered by playing in Buffalo. You know, for a lot of teams coming to Buffalo, Western New York, at this time of year is a disadvantage for them, but they did say Denver's got no problem with that.
Shouldn't have.
What happens when your own fire department is on fire? Oh, man, getting the call, the Cheyenne Fire Department thought, you know, and they get that. What's that old show in the old show about a fire department? Area 51? No.
That was a police station.
Oh.
Car 54?
No, I'm not thinking of that one. I'm thinking of a Squad 51 gets the call out. That wasn't the name of the show. Oh, do I have to Google it?
I don't remember it, but yeah.
TV show about fire. My Googler doesn't even go back that far. Who knows what I'm talking about? Somebody chime in on the text 307-999-TALK. That old show about was all fire. They went out to the fire all the time. California.
Well, there was that old show. I thought it was more about ambulances and stuff, emergency.
Maybe it's emergency. Yeah.
Yeah, the Cheyenne, just north of the city limits in Cheyenne. Yeah, one of their stations. Station 74 burned down. An unmanned station, so nobody was inside, but you got a mechanic works out of there, and their wildland trucks are stored there, and they burned up. They were toast. I went there the next morning, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. I mean, it's everything is just burned. I can't imagine anything in there is salvageable.
No,
you know, maybe a socket for a socket wrench will be
yeah,
but everything else was really burned up.
We're looking.
What's interesting about that, Jake, is when the call for that first came out, the dispatch called out the wrong fire station. they called out the address for a different fire station. This one was manned. There was firefighters there, and they heard their own station come out on dispatch, and they're like, "What?" And they're like running out, checking their building and stuff.
Right.
And then dispatch quickly corrected itself and sent out the other address.
Yeah. But still, I mean, yeah, a scary moment when you hear your own place is on fire. But it was your own facility on fire, this Station 74. So it had to be like a double whammy of weirdness where first you get the address of your own place and you're like, oh, that's probably just an obvious mistake. The dispatcher was looking at our own address, you know. And the dispatcher then comes on later and says, okay, yeah, that was wrong. Obviously, your own place isn't on fire. But it is. It's this address, and it's still your fire station, Station 74. We have photos that we're sharing. That's pretty extensive damage. Wow. We also we have video as well.
Another interesting thing about that was, people wondering, who goes out to help with those California fires. There's kind of a list. The state has a list that, and you don't just like go and show up. They call for help.
Yeah.
If they need some help, they'll put out a call, and there's this list. And the Cheyenne department there is on the list. Laramie County Fire Authority is on the list. They haven't been called yet. However, if they were to get a call, that equipment that burned up would have been the equipment that they would have sent. Now they don't have equipment to send.
Right. Yeah,
but it's not equipment that they use day to day at the at their manned stations and stuff. So if people have fire calls, this fire isn't going to impact regular responses and everything like that. And if it was going to happen, I guess it's good that it happened at this time because that's the wildland stuff. We're not in wildland season, and maybe they can get that taken care of before that starts.
Yeah. They would have been, or they were to have been dispatched maybe soon, but yeah, that's not going to happen now. And so Station 74 is just a warehouse for fire engines we use in case California burns down. That's all that it is. All right.
The chief said it's a lot like when you show up and you see your own house on fire, you see your own station on fire.
Yeah.
It's a little different than just showing up and helping a stranger.
Yep. You finally get that same feel when people see their own stuff burning up, or they come back to their house and pick through what's left. That's got to be what a lot of folks going through in Southern California. Those fires just will not quit. Man. Mark Hines has interviewed Cade Cole before, this elk hunter in Wyoming, but I didn't. Whenever I see Cade Cole, I think he's like just a poster child for a hunting guide. Like, this is the photo of a guy I would use to show me what a hunting guide looks like in Wyoming. Cade Cole. And he just completed for whatever. The only tech he had, the only thing he really brought with him, he had like a knife and a bow. And that was pretty much it. No water, no food, no matches. I mean, he did everything old school. What's it like to get back to the basics of hunting? That's what Cade Cole wanted to prove to himself, really. But he did bring along a phone so he could video the whole thing. I think the next thing for Cade Cole going low tech is no phone, like nothing. But yeah, he lived off the land, ate a squirrel one night on night number 1. He couldn't get a fire going, so
I wonder if that squirrel ate another squirrel before he ate it.
What would that mean? What would that entail?
I don't know, but Mark had that story about
the squirrels eating. Oh,
squirrels,
right.
Like cannibalistic squirrels eating each other.
Right. Right. Well, that was just an indication to this squirrel, a reminder who's really top of the food chain. You know,
That's right.
this squirrel be going around all swole with a swagger in the forest saying, I just ate another squirrel. And along comes Cade Cole with an arrow. I don't know how he killed it. This guy's got a bow and arrow. Did he really arrow this squirrel? Like,
that takes some skill to hit a target that small, that's that like quick and agile too, man.
Yeah, just the clothes he was wearing, his knife and his bow. He did manage to harvest a bull elk during this hunt. He's got it all on video. That was the hardest part, putting the video together, doing the post editing. His sister from Texas helped with the music. And he's got it all together. You can see what happens when a Wyoming hunter tests his ability to survive in the woods and hunt like we used to hunt back when we were hunter-gatherers. This is old-fashioned hunt. He even rode his horse. He did have a horse and a pack mule with him, a couple horses. He even rode his horse with no saddle, just a bareback pad. So you want to talk about getting back to basics. Cade Cole. Mark Hines has the story about this hunting guide who, thankfully, when he takes you on a hunt, he'll allow a little more luxuries and comfort. Yes,
you can have some matches.
You'll be better pampered than he himself was on this hunt. Is it better to ask for forgiveness than permission? It looks like what this one California couple did. They just went ahead and built a house in Glacier National Park, and now authorities say, yeah, you got to tear that thing down. So this San Diego couple has sued in response. Now, they didn't just pick a place in the park and start building. This is an actual inholding, one of several in the park.
They do own this land, but it's inside the park, and there are restrictions. There are things that you can and can't do because it's inside a national park, and you need to get permits and permission to do things in there. And so just to build a house inside the park without any kind of permission or anything, they're saying no, you can't do that. And now it's not the park, it's not the park suing them, they're suing to keep their house there.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought it would be, is, the park officials are suing them to get it torn down. They already told them you got to tear it down. In response comes the lawsuit from the homeowners, and we'll show you how it comes down to how close to water it is. There's certain rules in national parks meant to protect the integrity of waterways.
Well, and what they did to it, as far as building retaining walls, things like that to kind of change the the riverbank there.
Yeah.
What's I think it has some appeal for Wyoming because, I mean, yes, we have some of the same things going on. That's what they did. That's what they were trying to stop with the Kelly parcel. Not just like the single house, but they were trying to stop, development and stuff. But it was really, it comes down to, there's private property rights, whether it's in the park or not, they own this property. And there are people say, hey, dang it, it's my property. I'll do whatever the heck I want on it, and, screw you if you don't like it. But then there's the factor that they're from California.
Wow.
So, people aren't really keen on Californians coming out here and just doing whatever the hell they want without asking either.
I know we have our own secret wishes, but the law applies equally to Californians and Montanans and Wyomingites. But yeah, this could have implications for, this happened in Montana, but it's a national park, and it could have implications for Glacier National Park, maybe Grand Teton, which has also many inholdings. There's parts inside Grand Teton National Park that before the park was established never did get folded into the park system. So they remain private property, but who governs what you can do on that land? The state building laws or national park laws or what? And that's what's at stake here. This couple from San Diego is John and Stacy Ambler are the two, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. Montana story from David Madison, but with Wyoming implications, you would think, or implications for any national park.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
There's not a wall around Wyoming, and only what happens in Wyoming is interesting to Wyoming people. So we kind of branch out, and that's the litmus test. Is it interesting? Do our core readers, is this something that they would find interesting to read? And this one definitely is a yes.
Claire McFarland has a story of the Wyoming Supreme Court, highest court in the state, will decide whether if it's reasonable, lawful to search a lawyer of a client. Now, of course, when you search someone, you need warrants, etc. But the person in this case we're talking about is Jason Gay. He's the lawyer of Chet Walker, and it's Gay who was searched, and he said that wasn't right, and that's going to go to the high court. That'll be interesting. I'm going to ask Cassie Craven about that a little bit when we talk to Cassie later in the show.
That's some dangerous territory, it seems like. It's one thing to get a warrant and you're searching a defendant, someone who's accused of something.
Yeah.
But then to search a lawyer's office and their homes and things for, lawyers, they have these, it's a very strict and very active code of ethics. They can't just hide things. If you have a suspicion that a lawyer is doing that, then you do an investigation into that. You don't try to get dirt on another suspect because this person is their lawyer. So if you start searching lawyers to get stuff on suspects, that seems a little far.
It's a huge departure.
I'm not a legal mind, so that's why the Supreme Court's got to weigh in on it.
And hopefully, there's a glimmer of hope that we may be able to talk to the Chief Justice on the Supreme Court. Now, she probably won't be able to talk about anything. We'll try. It won't stop me from trying, but we have things in motion that'll connect me to Katie Fox, the Chief Justice of the Wyoming Supreme Court.
Yeah, she probably, I'm sure she won't talk about, any pending cases or things that they're told that they're involved in now. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of interesting stuff about, what is the role of the Supreme Court? I think a lot of people think the Supreme Court, that they're there, that they can just do whatever they want. And, we make the rules.
Well, yeah. You just slaving around being a regular old lawyer, then a regular old judge, and then you finally hit the big time. Like Katie Fox, she's the Chief Justice, Wyoming Supreme Court. You can do whatever the heck you want, right?
It seems a little immodest, though, doesn't it? We are the Supreme Court.
Yes, Supreme. I will ask Cassie what she thinks about this, because it is weird searching the lawyer. Now, let's say in a scenario that your client, you're talking with your client, and you're the lawyer, and you've got your laptop open, and you've got technology such that Siri is always listening. And maybe the client admits, I stabbed him 20 times. And maybe he says accidentally the word Siri gets used somehow. The client may say, her name was Siri and I stabbed her 20 times. And all of a sudden Siri's listening, and that's on the attorney's laptop. Now, can you go search the attorney's laptop and get the confession? It starts to get super weird.
How would you know it was there?
I don't know.
If you're just doing a fishing expedition.
I haven't thought out my scenario clearly, but
Has that happened to you though? It happens to me. I'm like talking to someone.
No, I don't put her
and
on.
usually I have an earbud in all the time, just so I can hear anything that's going on, or if my phone goes off. I got the earbud in.
Yeah.
And I'm just talking to people, so it's got the microphone on it. And at random times, it thinks I'm trying to talk to Siri. And I'll be talking to someone, and I hear in my ear, I hear Siri asking me a question. You're like, who do you want me to call?
Yeah. Did you have a problem with that, Greg? And you're like, what the? No, I don't put her on. I disable her in all my devices for just that reason. And in fact, Apple just settled a class action lawsuit about Siri listening in on your conversations when you did not prompt her. That just happened. They just had to pay what was a paltry sum. I can't remember how much. It wasn't much for Apple. But yeah, I just did an upgrade, and it asked me during the upgrade, do you want to wake Siri back up? I'm like, nope, put her in the deep sleep where she belongs. I don't want nobody listening to my.
I did that too with the system update.
Yeah.
And now there's like different voices, and now for some reason my Siri voice has changed, and it's a different voice, and it's really throwing me off.
And the update, we've retired Siri. She was getting old, and yeah, we put in a new, more robust guy. His name is Steven, and he'll be listening into your conversations.
If you want to check it, ask Siri how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. And Siri's got a lot of answers for that question.
Yeah.
You just keep asking.
I'm sure she's been pre-programmed with a bunch of zingers. Yeah, that's fun for like 12 minutes. And then after that, I turn Siri off. I'm like, nope, I don't want her listening.
Yeah, I don't use it except for the speak, to tell it to call someone.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Even then, I just can't. I can't get there. I love this. Nothing's more Wyoming than this great story. Amber has a cute story about the honor system working for this tiny little unmanned roadside farm stand outside of Worland. These three young ladies started a roadside stand, and who has time to work there and sell stuff? So they just put up the stand every day, wheel it out to the road, and they use the honor system. Now, I don't know if this would work before Venmo and abilities to pay with your phone. Like if you had to actually leave cash in a cash box, boy, that's tempting. But it works especially if you're going to Venmo somebody money. If you go there and you say, oh, the zucchini looks nice, I'll buy that. And there's a sign saying what everything should cost, and you Venmo $4 to, the stand. So there's no cash ever sitting around the stand. The most you could do is just take stuff and not pay or underpay. But these young ladies who run the stand say everything works out. Some people underpay, some overpay. It all works out. And so far.
Yeah. Well, and they do have a cash box.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The only thing that I don't want is that, we do a story about it so that everybody knows about it. So somebody, knucklehead is going to go out and just, rob them or something. But
don't screw it up. Anyone.
Yeah, it's like those things at your office, where they have the box, the honor box, you take something, you put some money in there. Or,
yeah. I mean, and to buy the office coffee, it works for a while till it doesn't work, till everybody gets lazy. So none of our listeners or viewers mess this up, because that reflects on us. Cowboy State Daily, don't screw this up. This is a cool Wyoming thing.
I want to know, I'm looking at the photo. I want to know how come cucumbers are 50 cents, but zucchinis are $1. Aren't zucchinis like more prolific than cucumbers?
I wouldn't know. If food is green, I avoid it. I do not eat green food.
Okay.
Green is an indication food has gone bad. When my bread goes green, why would I eat that? Like, I don't eat green food.
What about lettuce?
I'll eat the animal that eats lettuce. How about that?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not I don't like lettuce.
No, I'll do a salad now and then, but for the most part, vegetables like peas, beans, string beans, I don't eat green. What is the problem? Oh, man. Boy, this cat's got to go outside. What else? Oh, yeah, Andrew told us the story of the oldest dinosaur ever. At least the oldest one discovered in Wyoming was the size of a chicken. I'm calling foul on this chicken dinosaur. They found only 2 bones from this thing. Now, how do they even know from 2 bones, Greg? What does it look like? How big is it? But they think it might be the oldest dinosaur they've ever found in the state.
It's all math.
Yeah. They plugged that into a computer. They said, Siri, here's 2 bones. What does the dinosaur look like? I don't know.
That's how they find this much of a cheekbone of somebody's skull or something, and then before you know it, they've got this model of what the person looked like, complete with facial hair and everything. It's like, how do you know?
Yeah, I know. Science. Yeah, I don't know if I trust science enough to get alongside of a big semi-truck coming down a mountain pass and then looking over and seeing there's nobody driving that ghost truck. Whoa. But this Montana company's got some high-tech stuff using LiDAR, which I got to admit, LiDAR is pretty cool tech. It sees better than we see, Greg, LiDAR. And if that's how the truck drives itself.
Humans like to be in control.
Yeah.
But from a total objective thing, it probably reacts better than humans do. It probably drives better than I do, even though I think I'm the best driver in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not infallible either. It's that once the AI takes over, I think people that's the downfall of having such a classic movie like Terminator.
Right.
Everybody thinks now we're on our way to Skynet. That AI is going to take over and annihilate us.
Well, Greg, it's a short leap from asking tech to assist us. I simply want AI to assist humans. I wanted to identify, and we're sharing this photo from the story, this company, Aurora. I want AI to identify the vehicle next to me, to alert me that there is a vehicle in my blind spot if I'm a truck driver. That's all good. It's that short jump between that and then AI deciding that I'm a crappy driver. I can drive this truck better than you. And then it needs to eliminate me. And by eliminate me, AI all of a sudden says, I'm not trying to get you fired. I'm killing you. You need to be eliminated. You're no good as a truck driver. Must eliminate driver. That's the jump from tech that scares me and everybody else. But to just assist, that it's pretty neat. And even if you're the world's greatest truck driver, who happens to be named Daryl Orr, I wonder if this tech is worth it. I'm going to talk to Daryl Orr. I already reached out. He's our resident truck driving expert at Cowboy State Daily. And, he's on the road jamming gears right now. But if he gets a break, we're going to talk to Daryl Orr and ask him, because his truck is outfitted with a lot of high tech. Which helps him, virtual side view mirrors, virtual rear mirror. He's already got a truck that does a lot of this cool stuff. But this is the next evolution, man. I'm going to ask Daryl what he thinks about it.
Well, there's a lot of good stuff to it. It's where do you cross the line where it's assisting you to it's just doing it.
Right. And that's the thing. I think that's the thing we're finding out with fully autonomous taxis and cars that, we've already let them loose in California. The toughest place has got to be to drive taxi. And we found they work until they don't, until they're presented with a scenario that the computer can't figure out. Like we've all heard the stories about how it mistakes a bison for a whatever. I mean, sometimes the computer has not been in a scenario where it would, or make that decision. There's another sci-fi movie or story right there. The cars, It has to take evasive action. You got a mom pushing a baby stroller or a old guy over here with a cane, and the car makes the decision to hit the old guy because his life is almost finished. Like, I don't know. The tech gets, am I overthinking it? But the tech gets weird when you don't have anyone behind the wheel. I think you need a person.
You get all the points, Jake, if you can figure out a way to get them all.
Oh, man. I don't know. I'm just freaked out by AI like everybody else. We're going to have AARP president or executive director or the top dog, Thomas Lecoq, will be on the show, and I'm going to ask him specifically about a bunch of things that AARP is involved in, AARP Wyoming, but also I'm going to ask him about this pickleball. Why is pickleball everywhere? Leo Wilson has a story about its popularity.
That's AARP?
No, but it's old people.
Oh.
For the most
AARP
part.
is behind pickleball? I didn't know that.
If AARP is, I mean, they should be a sponsor. Like if there's a pickleball Super Bowl in the U.S., AARP should be the sponsor, right? It's not only, though, older people. It's young people. It's pickleball is the chess of tennis, where tennis is checkers, some say. Pickleball is also tennis for people who don't like to move a lot. Jeff Galati says, who's interviewed in the story. So I just, everywhere you go, pickleball. What the heck?
AARP, though, I mean, they're I don't want to say desperate, but they really need more membership. And so they keep lowering the age.
Oh, do they?
One of these days, they're just gonna have a checkbox on your birth certificate.
Yeah.
Be part of AAR, and I don't know if AARP. Not a lot of people are like retiring at 30 these days. It'd be nice, but
no. When they start sending the stuff in the mail with a card to join up at your Sweet 16 birthday party, then you have to wonder if AARP isn't reaching in a little early. We'll see. I'm going to ask Thomas about that as well later today. How much wind is too wind in Wyoming? I don't know. You got to be pretty high wind, but this is a state that has pretty high wind, record wind over. We're talking triple digit wind that knocks over 4-ton trucks. Can that be? Yeah, pretty interesting story from Dale. Dale has a whole mess of stories.
Yeah, like why it's usually it's okay to wash your car when it's super cold and windy, but in the comments it's interesting. People are saying it's fine, but you drive around for a while, and if water gets in those seams and stuff, you get like cemented inside your car. You can't open the doors. It gets in the locks. And
some experts say when it gets to about 20 degrees, and that's above zero, anything lower than that, you might want to think about not washing the car that day. But if you do, the first thing you should do is get out on the highway speeds and let that thing air dry a little bit. I don't ever wash my truck. I've never washed it with a garden hose or gone into a place that I don't do it. Do you wash your vehicle?
All the time.
Really?
Yep.
I don't know. Why?
It's just a thing. I like it clean.
Man. Yeah, I guess people like to drive around clean, or then there's me who I wouldn't even think about.
To be honest, I've got a black. It's black, so dirt shows up on it. Yeah. But also, I tend to like if it's dirty, I tend to like rub up on it. And I get it on my pants and my shirt and stuff. So I like to wash it.
Yeah, I got no problem getting I got a black too, and if there's a dirty spot that really bothers me, I might rub it off with my sleeve. Like talking about getting dirt on your clothes accidentally, I do it purposely. Oh, look at that spot. Rub that out. Yeah, I don't. And plus, it's a truck. I mean, I wash it every time it rains. I just leave it out there in the rain and say, here we go, free wash.
Yeah. Well, driving around Cheyenne and stuff with the slush and everything, it gets pretty grimy.
I could see that. More story. Dale's story about the pilots back in the day that delivered mail. Oh man, I don't know how they did it. Flying in Wyoming is, to me, like one of the more unsafe states to fly over. Jeez, in a small, underpowered prop plane. But to do it back when the technology was not super great, like the 1920s and 30s, when your map was your eyeballs. They didn't have GPS. They had paper maps and a compass, but they said even though you couldn't trust the compass, you pretty much had to know where you were going. Weather reports were practically non-existent. If they existed, they didn't get to you. And man, I don't know how these guys had to have nerves of steel.
And there's these open cockpit.
Yeah.
Biplane. An open cockpit just flying around Wyoming in these things. Yeah.
Right.
It was it was a dangerous job.
I mean, yeah, today's plane, if you're delivering the mail, the plane will tell you everything you need to know. Like you look down and say, is that Rock Springs? But your plane has already told you approaching Rock Springs. But back then it was, I'm not sure if that's Buffalo or Sheridan. They look the same to me. Then
we got to talk about that story that Mark had on the 30 years of Yellowstone wolves.
Oh, yes.
The fact that the feds just released them here in Wyoming without telling Wyoming. They didn't tell us. By the way, we're putting wolves in here. Former Governor Geringer, great interview with Mark telling them that. Said, it was a surprise to us. They're like, oh, by the way, we got wolves here. Yep.
As we celebrate yesterday, what anniversary is that now? 1995, 30 years of reintroducing wolves to Yellowstone. Yes, looking back at the anniversary date is something, news always has to do. Oh, here's 30 years, a look back at wolves. Was it a success? Well, biologically, yeah, wolves went right, shot up in population to the point where they've been removed from endangered species. But what Mark Hines found out was way back when they released the wolves, Wyoming, who, is poised geographically to be at least in the conversation, was never notified. In fact, after the fact, Wyoming was told, oh, yeah, we let wolves out. Wyoming was promised the wolves wouldn't go into the state. If they leave Yellowstone, we'll put them back in. Yeah, sure.
That's what the Secretary of Interior promised.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not going to leave Yellowstone.
Right.
They'll stay right there.
They'll stay there, and if they get out, we'll put them back. And yeah, that's it was just an indication, yet another indication of how, the state is always seems like always butted heads with the union, with the feds. That was pretty interesting, though, revelation that Mark Hines got in that story. That and more, we're going to cover it all. We got a whole mess of special guests as well. And Greg's popped right out of there before we even get a chance to say goodbye, as we've run out of time with him. It's top of the hour now, and it's time for Wendy Core's News.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 13th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Cheyenne firefighters were dispatched to a structure fire at a familiar address Saturday night just north of the city limits. The corrugated steel 3-bay garage is the Laramie County Fire Authority's Station 74, a non-operational facility that's home to the department's mechanic and wildland firefighting team. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson drove to the firehouse that was completely gutted by the blaze.
All the doors were off, and it looked like just nuclear apocalypse landscape inside. These trucks were totally burned out. They were ash. They were gray. They were half melting. Luckily, no one was there. It's not a manned station anymore. They use it to store their wildland firefighting gear.
An investigation into what caused the fire is still underway. It's being handled by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the Laramie County Sheriff's Office. Well, in late 2022, a San Diego couple began construction on a 3-story mountain getaway on the banks of Lower McDonald Creek just inside Glacier National Park. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that a federal judge is now weighing arguments in a lawsuit over the house, and her decision could invite more unregulated development inside national park boundaries.
So this couple did not get approval from the state of Montana, which regulates these kinds of things through local conservation districts. Now a judge has to decide, does the state of Montana have jurisdiction on private land inside Glacier Park, or is that jurisdiction reserved solely for the park?
If John and Stacey Ambler prevail in this federal case, the court could grant them immunity from a long-standing state law, which is meant to prevent costly damage to Montana's streams caused by developing in the stream bed or too close to the water along the banks. The Wyoming Supreme Court is considering whether and when it's appropriate for law enforcement agents to search a criminal defendant's lawyer. Attorney Jason Gay filed a petition last week to the state's highest court, asking it to decide if it's unreasonable for sheriff's deputies to search a lawyer and his office, and potentially his home, when the attorney isn't suspected of a crime. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Mr. Chet Walker of Southwest Wyoming was like, hey, I'm charged with violation of protection order, but I have some evidence that my wife violated a protection order and did some other bad things. And those are in videos on my phone. And so law enforcement tried working with Walker's attorney, Jason Gay, but ultimately the judge granted a warrant to search the lawyer's person, property, premises, and his firm. So the attorney, Jason Gay, is telling the Wyoming Supreme Court, like, you have to intervene, because when cops start searching criminal defendants' offices, there's a risk that they'll stumble on other client files or other incriminating things or sensitive things that are supposed to be attorney-client privilege.
Gay told Uinta County authorities that he could hand over the needed data, but he wanted them to specify the scope, or just what they wanted, from the phone first, so only some evidence from the phone would be made available to law enforcement. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for a way to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members help tackle challenges like affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. No experience? No problem. This is your chance to help Wyoming, your community, and your country grow stronger. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas at the Lander Free Medical Clinic in Lander. Enjoy benefits like a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and even college scholarships. Apply now at servewyoming.org.
Well, as if hunting elk in Wyoming's high country isn't already tough enough, Cade Cole took it up several notches by venturing into the mountains without food or water to live off the land. The 30-year-old hunter from Crowheart told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines he was able to kill a 5-point bull with a 15-yard shot and returned home after 5 days in the backcountry with only 2 horses and a mule for company. He said that bare-bones, primitive approach is all about getting back to the roots of hunting.
He took his bow, his knife, and the clothes on his back, and that's all he took. In other words, he forced himself to live off the land. He started fires with the old-fashioned friction method. Just a cool experience of someone taking their skills and their knowledge of the wilderness to the utter extreme and challenging himself as hard as he could.
Cole makes a living by guiding hunting trips and also offers wilderness survival courses, but he said he doesn't expect his clients to go to the extremes that he did. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, back to the show. 6 past the hour, and we've got a mess of weekend stories, as often happens on a Monday. A lot to cover. Dale Killingback will be with us later in the show in the fourth hour. Dale will talk about several stories he wrote, including that fun one about early male pilots. I don't mean male as in they weren't female, although I don't think there were any female pilots doing this because the requirement to tote the mail with an airplane in the 1920s was balls of steel. I mean, these guys, I don't know how they did it. That and other stories from Dale Killingback, very interesting. Thomas Lecoq will be on the show at the in our third hour to Yeah, we're going to have to go on a quick commercial break here and reset. I got to fix some things, which involves, kicking them, hitting them. That's my idea of fixing. We're going to do some of that. Be right back in a moment.
Is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
All right. Sorry about that. It was a complete equipment breakdown. For once, it wasn't, human error. It's usually operator error, believe me, when things go wrong in studio. But this time, yeah, it was the mechanics. It's what happens when you depend too much on technology and electronics and you're all AI dependent. Sometimes it fails. We're hoping to get Brian Peterson on the show this morning, but I'm not sure. Sally Ann Shermer, like I was saying, she'll be on at 8:30 in her regular time slot. We'll talk a little bit of sports. Cassie Craven will pop in later this hour, although I think she cannot Zoom with us this morning. She'll just be phoning in. And yeah, Don Day will be here in a moment to talk about weather. We got a deep freeze coming next weekend, or this weekend. I'm already looking at that. Yeah, I don't like when it gets so cold. And it's coming. Like plug in your vehicle kind of cold. Let's get into this story from David Madison concerning this San Diego, California couple that built or is building. It looks like it's pretty built. It looks like the house is just about done. I'll share the photo with you of the home of this San Diego couple. This is a home right there on McDonald Creek, just inside Glacier National Park, a 3-story home. And now there's a federal lawsuit going on involving the home. It's owned by John and Amber. Where are their names? John and Stacy Ambler. They've had their a local Flathead Conservation District ordered the home demolished. It's on 0.05 acre inholding of private property, which is pretty small. It's about 2,200 square feet, so not much. But this couple does own the land this house is on, and they own the land within Glacier National Park. Now, that can happen for those of you not from the West. We have a lot of instances, really, of a national park that includes inholdings or land inside the park where it's private property. And there's several reasons for this. Sometimes a landowner was the only holdout when the park was made, or one of the few, and said, I'm not going to sell my land to the feds. And maybe that's how it got. Maybe that's how it's still there. There's a lot of different ways, and inholding becomes a reality even now, well after the Glacial National Park was established, for instance. But this is an inholding where the couple owns this land, 0.05 acres. Well, what can you do with it? They built this 3-story home. Now, they got in trouble because not necessarily for building within the national park. They got in trouble for building so close to the waterway. It's the Flathead Conservation District, which is a state agency, who say they've violated some laws and some rules, including beefing up putting in some retaining walls. Let me share the photo of that with you. So there's the home, and you can see it's pretty darn close to this creek. That's the what creek is that? I'll find out in a minute. But they built some retaining walls to hopefully hold the creek back. Now there was historical evidence of a home being built there that washed away in the creek during, some high floodwater time. This one looks pretty darn close. But anyway, resource conservationist with the Flathead Conservation District named Samantha Tappenbeck is the person in charge with making sure rules are followed when it comes to Montana's Natural Streambed and Land Preservation Act. These are rules in place, she says, quote, meant to protect the integrity of our waterways. And so does the Montana Flathead Conservation District have any say over what you can do in a national park? That's what's in question. I thought originally it was, can you build a home inside a national park? That's certainly what it looks like when you think about the story's headline. The headline, California couple builds house in Glacier National Park without permission. And it sounds like maybe the Glacier National Park authorities say, hey, wait a minute, who put a house up in the middle of a national park? Well, you do have the right to build on this land as a landowner, apparently, but it's when this San Diego couple came into conflict is what has to do with the creek, the waterway. It's McDonald Creek, by the way. That's where the trouble stems from. And the waterway, the creek, and building near a creek and any kind of building laws about building near a water stream, that falls under state law. It falls under Montana stream law. And what this San Diego couple is saying is, well, we're in a national park. Montana doesn't have any say over what we get to do. There's no such thing as a stream law in a national park, say the Amblers. Now, whether that's the case, a federal judge will decide, but David Madison has that story that's taking place in Montana. It could have implications in Wyoming. Does Wyoming state law, could Wyoming say anything about what you want to build inside, let's say, Grand Teton National Park? This will be very interesting how this turns out. Here's David Madison with more on the story.
In late 2022, a San Diego couple began construction on a 3-story mountain getaway on the banks of Lower McDonald Creek just inside Glacier National Park. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that a federal judge is now weighing arguments in a lawsuit over the house, and her decision could invite more unregulated development inside national park boundaries.
So this couple did not get approval from the state of Montana, which regulates these kinds of things through local conservation districts. So now it's turned into this fight between this couple and the Flathead Conservation District. It's gone all the way up to federal court. We had a hearing on Wednesday, and now a judge has to decide, does the state of Montana have jurisdiction on private land inside Glacier Park, or is that jurisdiction reserved solely for the park?
If John and Stacy Ambler prevail in this federal case, the court could grant them immunity from a long-standing state law, which is meant to prevent costly damage to Montana's streams caused by developing in the stream bed or too close to the water along the banks.
This will be interesting to see how this turns out. Arguments were made before U.S. District Judge Kathleen DeSoto. They began with the Amblers' attorney, Trent Baker, and he provided some case law. And maybe that's something to also ask Cassie Craven about. She's our resident lawyer, Cowboy State Daily. I mean, she's not our lawyer, but she's a frequent contributor, a columnist. And I use Cassie Craven for any time I need law advice. So, yeah, she's our attorney. She'll be on later this hour at the 45-minute mark, and maybe we can ask her what she thinks about this. I definitely want to ask her about whether your attorney can be searched. That's another interesting case that involves law, but this one will be very interesting to see how it turns out. David Madison uncovering this story about a house built within Glacier National Park, and can the state tell the homeowners what to do according to their rules, their land management rules, etc.? Or is it only federal regulations that the homeowner has to follow? It's perplexing. That's a tough one. Let's open the Zoom room, get Don Day in here, see what Don Day thinks about it. I don't know if it's a Don Day kind of thing. He mostly concerns himself with weather, but you never know. Don Day can answer to all kinds of things, including how windy is too windy in Wyoming, or whether we'll start out with whether it's ever too cold to wash your car. That sounds like a good one. Don Day, does it ever get too cold in Wyoming that you shouldn't wash your vehicle?
That's not a question for me.
All right. Not a weather question. I've never washed my truck ever. Not once. Are you wash your vehicles?
Well, I should do it more often than should, because a lot of times people will say, how can you see through your windshield?
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, this time of year, it's hard because as soon as you put it through the car wash, something comes and it's all gooey and yucky again.
We talked last week, I think it was, we had the anniversary of the beginning of one of the worst winter storms the state has ever seen. That was 1887. It got pretty cold and pretty windy on this day in history back in 1918. The coldest, snowiest December to January transition on record. It was cold everywhere across the state, Nebraska, like across the U.S. Real cold snap hit. If it's going to be super cold and super windy, it's likely to be in January, February. Is that when we're the windiest? January, February, kind of?
Well, you tend to see the most severe cold in January and February. Not that you can't get it in December, or usually my rule of thumb in Wyoming is you really are susceptible to Arctic waves all the way through about that first 10 days of March. But January and February is when we tend to get them. Some of the coldest I've seen in the last couple of decades has actually come in February. And this cold wave that's coming, Jake, for the weekend is going to be the biggest cold wave of the season to date. And I think there's more coming. I don't think this is a one-off. So be prepared for more.
John.
It's January.
It's exactly what I'm not trying to hear. I'm not trying to hear that. The peacocks, close your ears. Earmuffs, peacocks. You didn't hear that either. Yeah, this coming weekend looks like one of those. I always think about like those cold snaps. Well, you can't get through a winter without at least one of them. But it's extended days, 3 or 4 days, where the high is single digit and the low is double, and it's below zero. And it's one of those that sets in that, oh man, they're teeth chattering. Before we talk,
I've got good news.
Yeah.
I've seen worse cold waves
than
this one.
It doesn't warm me.
It's going to still be pretty significant.
It doesn't put an extra log on the fire for me. Yeah, knowing that, they had it worse at one time or another. I only care about what's happening to me right now where I am. That's weather for most of us. What is it?
You and the rest of the world. Exactly.
Yeah, I know it. One last thing before we get into how cold it's going to get this weekend. How low can you go? I noticed you chimed in a little bit on this idea whether nationwide. I know Trump has kind of made it a thing where he wants to do away with moving the clock twice a year, no more daylight savings time, or we'll stay on daylight savings time. What will that mean? For weather forecasters, it actually means something. You think, 6.5 dozen, but it means something for you. Whether we get a sunrise at 8:30 in the morning or 7:30, why is it important?
Well, from a meteorologist standpoint, we get our data sets. We get data sets throughout the day, and they're all tied to when the weather balloons go aloft. And it's tied to, since the world has to be in sync, we have to track the world weather everywhere. It's all have to be synced, so everybody does everything at the right time. So we go in what's called Greenwich Mean Time. And so when we're into this time of year, when we fall back an hour, we get our weather data an hour earlier. And so that allows us a little bit of a jump in the winter months, getting our new data sets, being able to see the new information coming on in. When we spring forward, that ends up coming later. So, it doesn't sound like much. It's a nuance, but it does make our life a little bit easier to get that information earlier.
Yeah, 1 hour of now you're on the hard, fast scramble. I get that. How many hours do you need to predict that it's going to be cold this weekend? It looks like it's unavoidable.
Yeah, it's going to be cold this weekend. And this far out, we should not get into like specific details other than to say that most of the state has a chance of going sub-zero Saturday, Sunday, and Monday nights, if not 3 nights, 2 nights, before we see some of the Arctic air push a little bit more to the east. There'll be some snow with it. And what's really tricky is the basins and valleys of Wyoming. As you know, Jake, when you get snow on the ground and then you get one of these Arctic waves come in, sometimes that Arctic air will get trapped in Wyoming's basins and valleys and not leave. It can stick around for days. And so east of the divide, you'll get a Chinook, but west of the divide, the cold air gets trapped. So that's why we don't want to get too specific with temperature forecasts. I mean, I'm looking, speaking of data sets, I've got one data set that's got some temperatures in Wyoming approaching 40 below this weekend. Some data sets that say, well, yeah, below zero, but not that cold. So we've got a discrepancy that we've got to work on. But livestock interest, anybody with outdoor plans, this front is going to start to affect northern Wyoming during the day Friday. By Saturday morning, the Arctic wave will be through the state. But we do have a few days of, I would say, okay weather before it hits. So take advantage of it.
Yeah. I noticed, at least here in western Wyoming, Thursday, sunny and fairly mild. I mean, not bad. Okay. Well, how low, how long? We'll discover that in the coming days. But thanks for the heads up, Don. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
All right. Day weather forecast. You've been warned this weekend going to get pretty cold. The models don't agree with each other quite. But one thing they do agree on, cold snap coming this weekend, just in time for the weekend, of course, when we want to go out skiing and snow machining. It's going to be super cold. So, it's mitten weather. Double toque. Does anybody double hat? I started doing that a couple of winters ago. Seriously, like double hat. I got the one toque, for fashion, and underneath it, I got another one. Like I'll put on 2 hats. I'll go from the gloves to the mittens because it's better for your fingers. I do the thin slit boot, whatever the highest thin slit I got. I'm ready. I just don't want to be. I don't want to go out like the Michelin Man. I mean, it's not fun. It's just so cold. And it's, tough on pets, tough on livestock, tough on peacocks. It's tough everywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. Come back with a little bit of rodeo for you. I want to introduce you to this kid named Tucker Caricato. I know who he is, but I think the rest of Wyoming and the rest of the country is going to find out who this kid is. He can ride a horse, I'll tell you what. Coming right back in a moment. Yeah, back to it, and let's do a little bit of rodeo, eh? I had the pleasure of calling and watching this kid do his thing in his junior and senior years. In my other life, I do some sports play-by-play, and I do high school basketball, football, baseball. I also do rodeo for an outfit called mylocalrodeo.com and the Cowboy Channel. And during that, I got a chance to see this kid. I cover the state of Wyoming, and this is a high school senior who is just now turned pro. He's got his PRCA card. He's starting to turn heads, and I couldn't be more happy for him. I knew he was coming, but I think the rest of the country is finding out who Tucker Caricato is, the Saratoga Cowboy. This is a little bit of him riding, courtesies riding in the Sand Hills Stock Show Rodeo, Odessa, Texas. And this is an 86 ride aboard Smoke Bomb. And the degree of difficulty in this ride is made even tougher by the exit. You'll watch when Caricato first comes out of the chute. This horse does something real funky and almost falls down. Video courtesy of Chuck Kuhn and the Cowboy Channel. Check out this ride from Tucker Caricato, Saratoga, Wyoming Cowboy. He is something special. Fun ride. Here
One
it is.
hand in the rig and the other hand free. Tucker Garcia is getting set. Whoa! Tucker Garcia comes from Saratoga, Wyoming.
Yeah, they don't even...
One of the hunting capitals of the cowboy state.
They don't even know how to say this kid's name yet.
National High School Rodeo.
And they don't know how to spell it either. You notice they spelled it with Tucker, the conventional way. Tucker spells it without the C. Tucker, and the last name is Caricato, Mr. Announcer, just in case you wanted to know. You better get familiar with him, because this isn't a one-off. This isn't his only 86 ride. You're going to see a lot of Tucker Caricato in the future. This kid can ride. And there was something about him in high school besides turning in great rides. He did two things indicate I think somebody is destined for greatness in any sport, really. They make difficult things look easy, and their preparation is beyond what other kids do their age. Whether that's basketball, we had Elin Bowers on last week, and she is a superstar high school basketball playing senior for the Pinedale Lady Wranglers. You'll see her play at the next level, college and probably pro. And what sets her apart is that work ethic. When other kids are doing what 17-year-olds do, work on their TikTok channel. And does every 16-year-old have a TikTok channel? And that's all they do. Get ready with me. And they do like their 20-second reels. I don't know what 16-year-olds are doing, but they're not doing what Elin Bowers has been doing the last 3 years. And that's when she's not playing basketball, she's practicing basketball. And that is something I saw in Tucker Caricato. He just always is preparing, mentally thinking with it. When the other contestants before their ride at the rodeo, before they were up, let's say their schedule, the bareback riding was going to be at 3:00. Well, what were they doing that morning? Hanging out with their friends, trying to pick up barrel racing girls and eating hot dogs. You know what Tucker Caricato was doing? Going over video of his last ride and what he did wrong, mentally preparing, getting his gear ready. Like, guy eats and sleeps rodeo. And it shows in his rides. You don't just jump on a bad horse and expect great results. It's in the preparation, and nobody puts in more time than Tucker Caricato, getting ready, studying horses, studying what he did wrong last ride and making it better. He's good. He's really good. So I'm happy to see him tearing it up down there in Odessa, Texas. And you Texans, get ready. This kid's putting you on notice. Wyoming Cowboy is heading for the NFR. And he certainly picked up some money, picked up a nice paycheck with that 86 ride on Smoke Bomb. Nice job. Cassie Craven's going to be with us in a moment. First, let's pick up this story from Renee Jean, our business reporter. Some folks, some federal... Well, I don't know if you had to work for the feds. There's some blue Federal Credit Union customers in Cheyenne woke up Friday, found out their paychecks had not been deposited. They had the automatic, your paycheck goes right into your bank kind of thing. ACH, it's called. I have that as well. That's the way to go. Who wants to deal with checks? An ACH transfer glitch is being blamed on why your check wasn't ready to deposit. Automated clearinghouse is what ACH stands for. It's a network that banks use to move money electronically, and there was a glitch. Now, I don't wonder if the glitch had to do with the fact that banks were closed last Friday, and that was kind of a surprise for some people. If you went to the bank on Friday and said, well, what kind of holiday is it Friday? It had to do with the funeral, of course, of former President Jimmy Carter. And there was a rumor going around that it was the Carter funeral that was to blame for people not getting their paychecks. And Renee Jean found out, no, it was not Jimmy Carter's funeral that caused you not getting paid. It was not necessarily the bank closure, although I have to think that played some part. But according to Renee's story, it was just an ACH glitch that happened on Friday that caused you to not be paid. Everything's been solved and figured out since then. But Renee got to the bottom of the story, which did not involve Jimmy Carter's funeral, just in case you were wondering. What can we... I know what we do. A little something close to home for me. I talked to Patrick Starich the other day. He's the executive director of a group looking to do some stuff for the visitor center. He's the ED of Friends of the National Elk Refuge. And there's the hope that the National Elk Refuge Visitor Center, which if you've ever been to Jackson, you probably have visited this visitor center. It serves as the default visitor center to Jackson. When you come into town from the north, it's that building on the left. And it does what visitor centers do. It welcomes you to the region, gives you a whole boatload of pamphlets if that's your thing. But it's actually the National Elk Refuge's visitor center, not necessarily Jackson Hole Visitor Center. And the National Elk Refuge is, of course, the big federal supplemental feeding grounds right there as you come into Jackson. And it's their visitor center, and it's pretty old. It was never envisioned or designed to function as the community's visitor center. It was just supposed to be, the little National Elk Refuge Visitor Center, in case you wanted to learn more about the elk refuge and learn more about elk. But it serves basically as something much bigger than that. Raina Parsons was interviewed in the story, and she said she's the refuge's visitor center manager. And she said, this thing was built in the 1960s for not the intent it gets used for today. And how many people come through this visitor center, just to give you an idea? About 500,000 a year, like heavy impact, heavy enough that, even the bathrooms can't keep up. They say that the restrooms can't keep up with the load. So what's in place is a $39 million project taking shape. And some of the money, a majority of the money, would come from a federal money earmarked for the project that was already approved as part of a federal spending bill called the Great American Outdoors Act of 2020. So the folks behind this movement to redo the visitor center have been able to latch on to a bunch of federal grant money. And they need to raise, I think they secured $14 million in this federal money, but it's a $39 million estimated project. So you're talking about a $25 million shortfall that's going to have to be made up through fundraising. Patrick Starrich, I talked to him, the executive director of the group that hopes to raise that money. He has high hopes that they can make it happen, that they can get it done. There's a lot of people that rallied to the cause in Jackson Hole, that's for sure, that have deep pockets. But we'll see. This story from this one was from Anna Louise Jackson for the Cowboy State Daily. It popped out on January 11th. If fundraising efforts are able to come through this 1960s era visitor center at the National Elk Refuge right there north of Jackson, will get a huge $39 million overhaul. And the refuge currently clocks about 500,000 visits each year. And that number is only expected to rise in the coming years. The refuge is pretty nice. I mean, the Refuge Visitor Center, I've been there a bunch of times. It's a really cool place, but it's old and it's small. And it can barely take the strain of the amount of visitorship it sees. It's a lot for this 60-year-old place. You're looking at a conceptual image of how the new facility would look and feel. And it's pretty cool to, you come into the town of Jackson in the winter and this is what it looks like. The visitor center is right there off to the side, and right the backyard essentially of the visitor center is the refuge and a whole mess of elk. Thousands of elk. I think there's currently, the last number I saw for an elk count was 6,000, I think, are in the refuge already. It is, it's pretty, that's one of your more unique visitor centers. You don't see nothing like that. I mean, that's pretty cool. So hopefully the fundraising efforts can get going and get this visitor center revamped. It definitely needs it. I'm always skeptical when I hear a place saying, oh, they want more money, they want to grow. I don't think that's the case here. I think it's just keeping up with the demand that's already there. There's already visitation pretty heavy at the visitor center. And yeah, this is more photos of the visual concept, what it looks like. It's pretty neat. I like it. And good luck, Patrick. I hope you can raise enough money to do that. Cassandra Craven joins us via phone this time. We miss your face, Cassie, but what's happening this Monday?
Oh, I miss yours. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good. I'm going to put a photo up of you just for something. But I know there's no column of yours this weekend. What's going on with that?
Well, Jake, if you want to know the truth, my oldest little girl got life flighted, and we found out she has diabetes 1. So it's been a bit of a crazy week, and I maybe have like half a brain.
Wow. I didn't know. So what does diabetes 1 mean for someone of your daughter's age? Like, you had no idea?
No, we thought she had COVID for the last week or so because she was just so tired and, you know, all the
Right.
symptoms of COVID, but she was still eating and fine, no fever or anything crazy. And then one day she just didn't look good, like really didn't look good. So we ran her into the ER and they put us on the bird and we went to Children's, and apparently it's autoimmune when it's diabetes 1, they think. And so it's typical that kids this age will present like that. And it's like a big emergency. So it was horrifying, but he's okay and all is good. And we're trying to adjust to life and figure all
Yeah.
this out. So it's good. But I feel like like I said, I have like half a brain. So thank you
Oh,
for
yeah.
letting me be on the phone because I've been running around everywhere in the world trying to get everything we need. And it's been a bit wild.
I
So that's
see.
my lack of calm, was my lack of a brain.
Well, that's understandable and certainly would have been excuse enough to bow out of your appearance on a Monday here on this silly show, but I'm glad you're able to
I love it.
pop
I
in.
love it. I'm glad to be here.
Good. All right. Well, let's hope there's easier processing of sugar or whatever diabetes 1. Yeah, your body just can't do sugar right or can't balance it very well.
It doesn't make its own insulin, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to, the pancreas just doesn't produce it. And yeah, I had no idea. Nobody in my family's diabetic. Like, it's just the craziest thing. So,
Right. You're
but
having
she's
to.
tough. She's a tough little girl. So I feel like I've had a worse time than she has, honestly. I'm the crier of the family, you know. So.
I can imagine the genes you passed on were like all the tough genes. Yeah, I can see that. Well, I wanted to talk to you and we haven't prepped at all and there's no column, so we're in uncharted territory. I wanted to just maybe talk to you about this story that's in the news today. I don't know if you've even seen it, but it could be groundbreaking. It's the idea that the Supreme Court of Wyoming will decide whether your lawyer can be searched. That's kind of scary. Have you seen that in the paper today?
I haven't read that one yet. That sounds interesting. What's the context for that?
Yeah, well, it's a little confusing to me, but the client is presented stuff on his phone to the lawyer. He's like, look, I got evidence of my wife doing things wrong. And for some reason, the law enforcement could not get his phone, so they went right to the lawyer, and they went, like, searched the lawyer, searched his law office.
Wow.
And I don't know why, but it makes me think, I mean, that is weird. That's scary because you can talk to us about that lawyer-client privileges, things the client says to you, stay with you unless, I don't know, I'm imagining a scenario where, you've got something like Siri listening in and the client says, you have a little conversation with your client, your attorney, your laptop's open, and somehow Siri is listening in when the client says, yeah, I stabbed her 20 times. She deserved it. And of course, you could never tell a judge that, but Siri heard it and recorded it. Now, could you be searched and have to turn over that evidence? It's just weird, Cassie.
Well, maybe. I'll go back and read the article so I'm better informed next time. But one thing I think of is, if there's a future crime that might be committed and a lawyer has knowledge of it, that's an exception to privilege. Remember the time when you said that you wanted me to be your lawyer, and I said, don't tell me too much.
Right.
I can't about your future crimes. Like, it has to be after the fact for purposes of representation. I can't be like a party to your conspiracy, in essence. That gets into the Better Call Saul territory, right? And nobody wants to be in that space. So that is an exception to privilege. But if there were evidence that cops just wanted to obtain, like, after the fact, you definitely can't do that. I mean, that's the whole reason you have a lawyer, right, is to get advice about what's going on now and how to handle it. And so they can't use your privilege against you, but they also can't let your attorney be a conspirator.
Okay. That's good to know.
So basically, don't tell me you're going to kill somebody before you kill them, okay? Like, do it after the fact and say, Cassie, I messed up.
Roger that. Well, this case is going right to the tippy top, and that's Wyoming Supreme Court. And, of course, the Chief Justice is Kate Fox, and we're going to try to have Justice Fox on the show. Hopefully, we're trying to work her in. And there's like almost nothing she can talk about, really. We've already heard that you can't ask her about it, things, politics, certainly not about ongoing cases or something like this. But we may be able to, just explore what it is the state Supreme Court does. And maybe you have a question for Justice Fox that we could ask on your behalf. I don't know.
Justice Fox is brilliant, and she was a longtime litigator and a genius woman. So anything you can visit with her about, I would, because she is fascinating to me.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll tell her you said so, and yeah, I hope that'll be interesting to get her on, because to date, our highest ranking, most important law person has been you, Cassie Craven. You're it.
I think it's a slim pool, though, but I appreciate it.
You're still the top of the top. Well, I appreciate it. I understand what you got going in your personal life, and we'll be wishing everybody well.
I did hear your other story, too, about I was tuning in just a little bit before me, and I heard you talk about the people that built the house.
Oh, yeah, that's one. I mean, whether ask for forgiveness or permission, that's one of those deals. But won't that be interesting to think about?
Yeah, that one took me back to law school, because I used to think I wanted to be an environmental lawyer.
Oh.
Specifically, like, when somebody builds a feedlot, like all the regulations, the water regulations, et cetera. I always thought that was really interesting. So I learned a lot about that. I didn't end up practicing much in that space. But what I do recall is that the Clean Water Act is probably what got them tripped up, because they built that house right on the creek, essentially, and it's a tributary. And so you do have to have permitting, even if you're in a federal enclave, which is what it's called. You're sort of exempt from state law. The Clean Water Act is a federal law. And so that's pretty serious. And I'm assuming, without reading their pleadings, that that's what they're dealing with, and that's why they're getting into so much trouble. They probably impeded the flow of said creek in some fashion.
Right. I think that's that's a pretty good observation from armchair attorney quarterbacking this. That, I think, is exactly what's going on. Because does the state allowed to tell you what to do when you're on national park land? But you're right, though. What's at stake here is the water and that Clean Water Act. And that's a federal thing, even though there's a state agency that tells you what the rules of that are. I don't know. But yeah, whether you're under federal or state obligations when you're building, that's what's in question. I don't know. That's another mind bender right there. That'll be interesting to see how that turns out.
Yeah, I love this, though. It's fun to talk about something besides the Freedom Caucus for a minute. This has been a joy.
Right. And for me, it's fun to talk about lawyering. I can never, I would never be an attorney. I don't know legal. That's why I would need to hire one. And I love getting down on lawyers and the lawyer jokes. I mean,
me too.
Nobody loves the lawyer. Yeah. but
they really are.
I know, but yet I'm fascinated by what you all do. And it's just, I have endless questions. We could talk forever on what stuff about lawyering. There's a lot to it. There's a lot more to it than just all those books on your bookshelf, right?
That is true. Are you ready for session?
Kinda. I guess that's a question for Leo, but yeah, I'm ready. There's a lot of bills. Lot to do. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of bills. What does the Senate, what do the two chambers even get to hear? I'll be interested. But yeah, do you think there's more importance to that five and dime thing? You talked about it in your last column. Like, is Freedom Caucus got a front row seat, a fast track to do what it wants to do? Are those bills? Can you really even affect that if you're a Freedom Caucus saying, well, we need these five heard right away?
Yeah, well, I think we have to keep in mind that there's a whole bunch of conservative legislators that also aren't in the Freedom Caucus.
Yeah.
So in terms of majority, like we have it, and we have it all day long. So I was listening earlier in the week when you were visiting with our fine editor about how it's sort of like, the fox guarding the hen house for them to say unity. And I thought, that's interesting. So I thought about that all week. And what I kind of came to was, I think we already are in the unity, right? Like the fact that these people so radically all got elected so unexpectedly is sort of the unity in some ways, right? Like the establishment game is out. The people all sort of got together and decided to overthrow them. And I was thinking about that scene from Tombstone, which I'm sure you know, where they're moseying through the town, and all of a sudden they say hi to the guy with the sheriff's badge, and he says, "You dirty, rotten bastard, you killed my friends. I don't want to talk to you. And now I'm a nobody. And if I was a somebody, I'd do something about it. But I'm not. So I don't want to talk to you." And he walks away. And remember, Wyatt kind of shakes his head and he says, all they ever did was laugh at him. And I think that's where we're at right now. Like, I think that there's maybe a handful of establishment folks left that are pretty upset about the position we're in, but it doesn't matter because there's a handful of them. So that doesn't mean that the Freedom Caucus wants to squash them out. I think it just means we've got our huckleberries. Like the slingers have arrived to do what they were told to do and finish the mission, so to speak. And I think that's where we are. Like, I think the people's voice was the unity.
Yeah.
Now, there's another piece to that, which is that, remember, all these guys sort of started back in the day because their bills never even got out of the drawer. And so will they allow these to come out of the drawer? I definitely think so. And I think that's unifying, right? To just let ideas be heard. But there's going to be a time crunch just because of how many bills there are. So that'll be interesting to see that play out. But I just had that scene in my head, and then Doc comes off the side and says his piece. And I knew you would know that. But that's what that made me think of when you said that this week. I've been thinking about it all week long.
That's an interesting observation. We're talking to Cassie Craven, columnist for Cowboy State Daily. And funny you should make that observation because Wyatt Earp died on this day in Los Angeles, 1929. Just
I didn't know that.
Bring the whole Wyatt Earp thing into full circle. But yeah, good observation, Cassie. When you're talking about unity in being the voice of everyone, Freedom Caucus and all the hard line right wingers say that we want to make a decision that's for everyone, so we want to hear all voices. Well, we heard all voices when the election happened, and the number of Democrats there are in Cheyenne in this upcoming session, and the number of Republicans, and the number that identifies Freedom Caucus, that is an indication of what we voters said we want already. So we know that. We know where unity is. That got decided back on that Tuesday. Good point, Cassie.
Yeah, and Greg made a point, too, in that same conversation that basically the Freedom Caucus sort of started the discontent. And I kind of see why people think that, but I see that more as a symptom of the illness. The Freedom Caucus was a symptom of the illness, and they might even be the anecdote. And that's how I look at that. I mean, I don't think that the rebels were the problem. I think that eventually there just became enough of them and enough people waking up to, the way that the world's going and not being happy about it and not seeing real change, that now, that was the symptom. And the way that they have the numbers, it might even be the anecdote. I mean, people are going to see real change now because, like I said, the vote's so assured. And I'm not worried about the Senate, and I'm not worried about the governor. I mean, if the governor thinks he can veto the will of the people, then let him. We'll see how far his political career goes after he's done here.
Right.
And if he'd like to do that, he sure can. And what happens from there will be interesting, too, because a lot of these moderates are already running for re-election in their head. So who are they going to side with? An outgoing lame duck governor that maybe will run for Congress someday or something? Or these people that have all the momentum in their own backyard? So I think that will be interesting, as the governor says, to see that play out. Because I think they're sort of worried because they know people are really watching now. And that's never been the case before. Everything lives on YouTube now. And we have whole websites devoted to tracking their votes. And that's never been the case, really, in Wyoming.
I feel a whole column brewing in your head right now. I think we just heard it. Let's put those down in words, and we've got your next column. It will be interesting. Governor Gordon, I'll be interested to see not necessarily what he attempts to veto, but what he won't sign. That, I think, will be very telling, especially for his political future. Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate you popping in with us. And, we'll see you next week.
All right. I'll see you, Jake. Thanks.
Okay. Cassie Craven joining the show. Cowboy State Daily every Monday, 7:45. We get the benefit of Cassie Craven. Top of the hour news. Running a little late on that. Let's do it now with Wendy Core.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 13th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. It's not yet ready for market, but a little robot gadget will be a game changer for agriculture safety and could save lives by preventing grain bin accidents. The device, called a grain weevil, is a 50-pound remote-controlled robot created by a Nebraska family, which could help prevent the roughly 25 grain bin engulfment deaths that happen every year.
A family friend who kind of knew their expertise said, hey, why don't you make some kind of robot to where I don't have to go into a grain bin ever again? So they did a little research, and when they found out how dangerous it really is to go in a grain bin, they said, heck yeah, we're going to do that. They did get a $1.1 million in total grant from National Science Foundation to develop this. What looks like a solid pile of grain really isn't. If you collapse one of these air pockets, which can sometimes be quite large, it just sucks you in kind of inexorably. If you fall in over your knees, you will struggle to get out by yourself. If it's up to your chest, it's like an emergency situation. It's literally crushing the life out of you.
The grain weevil can do just about anything a person with a shovel might need to do in a grain bin, like tamping down air pockets, scooping stuck grain off the walls, and breaking up surface crust so that the grain will dry properly. The device has already caught the eye of at least one Wyoming farmer who said he hopes it will be available soon. Well, imagine a future when self-driven 18-wheelers navigate the most infamous mountain highways in the West, such as Teton Pass and Gallatin Canyon. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that when that future arrives, a Bozeman company built partially on research done in Big Sky could be at the forefront of this bold new reality for the trucking industry. In December, Aurora, a self-driving technology company, announced the opening of its new office and testing facility on Montana State University's Innovation Campus in Bozeman.
So the technology is called LiDAR, and it uses laser pulses to measure things and detect things and respond to things. It's super eyesight. And the scientists that I spoke to at Montana State University said that they trust LiDAR more than they trust themselves driving in a snowstorm. That at night, especially, this LiDAR can detect things far down the road.
Aurora's driverless trucks are equipped with LiDAR that's designed and built in Bozeman. They expect to launch their driverless trucks in Texas in April of this year. The state of Wyoming received no advanced warning on January 12, 1995, when wolves were released in Yellowstone National Park. Then Wyoming Governor Jim Geringer told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that then U.S. Secretary of the Interior Bruce Babbitt didn't even offer the professional courtesy of a phone call. He called Geringer after he landed with the plane that carried the wolves from Canada.
They had no idea that the wolf reintroductions were supposed to be happening that day. They flew in, landed the planes, and it was only after the planes were on the ground and the trucks with the crates were headed toward Yellowstone. Oh, hey, by the way, we're going to release the wolves today. So 30 years later, that still leaves a bad taste in our mouth.
Wildlife biologists agree that the reintegration of wolves into Yellowstone has been a resounding success, but Geringer maintains that the way Babbitt started the reintroduction was disingenuous and dismissive of Wyoming's concerns and perspective. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for a way to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members help tackle challenges like affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. No experience? No problem. This is your chance to help Wyoming, your community, and your country grow stronger. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas at the Lander Free Medical Clinic in Lander. Enjoy benefits like a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and even college scholarships. Apply now at servewyoming.org.
Well, Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd have one of the most iconic rivalries in Hollywood history. And one of the earliest cartoons to feature the two characters facing off was set in a familiar-ish landscape, Yellowstone National Park. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that although Wabbit Twubble was released in 1941, it's taken on a new life thanks to the eclectic humor of the internet.
There's an internet meme called Big Chungus, which is just a fat Bugs Bunny that's become incredibly popular in the 21st century. And it came from a 1941 cartoon. Wabbit Twubble was set in Yellowstone National Park, which is a westful tweet for Elmer Fudd.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, thank you to one of our listener viewers. I don't know what to call y'all. Listeners, viewers? Listeners, I guess. Pointed out that Emergency was the show I was trying to think of earlier. I was talking to Greg Johnson when we started the show. I was trying to think of the TV show back in the 70s that was about basically a fire station. I guess it was all emergency stuff. Los Angeles County Fire Department, Squad 51, Engine 51. The show was Emergency. That was what I was trying to think of. Thank you to one of our listeners who texted in saying, Emergency. That's what you were trying to think of. TV series ran 1972 to 1979, and I was thinking about it because of Greg Johnson's story in the Cowboy State Daily concerning the Cheyenne Fire Department answering the call to put out a fire at one of their own fire stations. That's a call you never want to hear, man. Area 51. Where's my fancy I have something that I could pretend that I'm on the radio.
Area 51.
That's not it.
Area 51.
That's not it. I don't know. You get the general gist of it. The call would come in saying, please respond to a structure fire at 8843 Yellowstone Road. And the firefighters are thinking, wait a minute, that address sounds really familiar. Yeah, because that's where you keep your fire trucks. Laramie County Fire Station 74 was on fire. And a bunch of stuff burned up. Yeah, Greg Johnson has that story. Let me share with you. I wasn't going to go back to this, but the text made me think of this story again. Thank you for the text. That's Station 74. It's seen better days, obviously. Look at that thing. Man, that was major. Total loss, everything that was in there. Here's burned out engines. Yeah, by the time they got there, the fire, they think, had been burning for quite a while inside the warehouse. Here's what it looked like on video. Somebody got some video of the fire from nearby. You hear the ever-present Cheyenne wind blowing in the background. Or the foreground, as it were. Yeah, that's the fire department on fire. Dang. I suppose it can happen. It seems ironic, right? That's the definition of irony. The fire department's on fire. This was a a remote location where basically equipment was kept that's used for wildland fires, not necessarily your average city fire. If an apartment building catches on fire, that's a different station. Station 74 houses mainly the wildland firefighting team and its equipment. Nobody was there at the fire station at the time. The call came in about 8:30 at night on Saturday night. And yeah, another little bit of irony is that equipment was likely going to be dispatched to the Los Angeles fires this week, but not anymore. Laramie County Fire Authority Chief Jason Cahy said cause has not been determined, but everything in that warehouse was destroyed, so nothing in the 3-bay garage is going to be headed to L.A. anytime soon. So unfortunately, that fire department, Cheyenne Fire Department, is not going to be helping out with the L.A. fires anyway. Who else? We had some comments on our Facebook Live. Tough on cars. What's tough? Yeah, cold is tough on cars. Do you wash your vehicle when it's this cold? Experts say, well, it's probably okay, but when you get down below 20 degrees, you might want to double think it. Certainly, you want to dry it off quickly. And then Greg and I started the discussion whether we wash our cars at all. I have never, ever even thought about washing my pickup truck. Pickup trucks look better dirty, I think. And it's the dirt that's pretty much holding it together at this point. So, yeah, I don't guess I would not be included among those who wash their vehicle. Certainly not at 20 below. No, or 20, even 20 above. I got better things to do. We were hoping to get Brian Peterson on the show. I don't know if we'll be able to get him, so let's just wait for Sally Ann Shermer. We'll talk about sports and how the playoffs football weekend went. This story from Mark Hines, I think, very significant. Mark was just, I think, and we'll talk to Mark tomorrow and get the full scoop. But I imagine Mark Hines was looking to simply do a story on the anniversary of the wolf release. Wolves were reintroduced to Yellowstone National Park on January 12th, 1995. So it's the 30th anniversary yesterday. And just to sort of, do an anniversary story on the introduction of wolves and kind of recap the last 30 years. How has it gone for Wyoming? I think Mark kind of stumbled on the gem of the story, the real eye-opener. And that's the fact that Wyoming, including Governor Jim Geringer, was not tipped off as to the wolves even being reintroduced. Apparently, this was news to Wyoming. The feds showed up in Yellowstone with a helicopter. Was it a helicopter they brought him in? A plane, okay. And out go the wolves, released in Yellowstone. And instead of given a professional courtesy heads up from the U.S. Secretary of Interior, who was Bruce Babbitt at that time, Bruce did not pick up the phone and say, oh, by the way, Governor Geringer, we're thinking about reintroducing wolves, and we're thinking about doing it this Saturday, just to let you know. No, that call never came in, according to Mark Hines' story. And Governor said it was thrown in my lap. Babbitt never called me in advance. Governor Geringer told Cowboy State Daily. He called me after he landed with the plane that had wolves in it that came from Canada. He said, hey, we're here. That was all the intelligence that Wyoming got. We're here, and we have the wolves, and Governor Geringer's got to be thinking, wait, what wolves? Who? What? Mark Hines made some interesting discovery in the story. Here's Mark talking to our own Wendy Core.
Well, the state of Wyoming received no advanced warning on January 12, 1995, when wolves were released in Yellowstone National Park. Then Wyoming Governor Jim Geringer told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that then U.S. Secretary of the Interior Bruce Babbitt didn't even offer the professional courtesy of a phone call. He called Geringer after he landed with the plane that carried the wolves from Canada.
They had no idea that the wolf reintroductions were supposed to be happening that day. They flew in, landed the planes, and it was only after the planes were on the ground and the trucks with the crates were headed toward Yellowstone. Oh, hey, by the way, we're going to release the wolves today. So 30 years later, that still leaves a bad taste in our mouth.
Wildlife biologists agree that the reintegration of wolves into Yellowstone has been a resounding success. But Geringer maintains that the way Babbitt started the reintroduction was disingenuous and dismissive of Wyoming's concerns and perspective.
Yeah, Governor Geringer told Mark Hines, apparently we didn't have good enough intelligence network to get a heads up. We just sort of got a, hey, we already did it. Yeah, that's it's got to be disturbing if you're the governor of the state of Wyoming. Anytime, Washington, D.C. decides to do something that could affect your state and you don't have a seat at the table, it's pretty disturbing. Governor Geringer said the Babbitt approach was, quote, we decide at the federal level that we'll introduce wolves and to hell with Wyoming. Ouch. And then, after the fact, Geringer was assured, don't worry, the wolves are going to stay in Yellowstone National Park. This is not a Wyoming thing. Babbitt said, because it's on federal land. They're being reintroduced in Yellowstone. That's federal. And the wolves are not going to wander into Wyoming. So there should be no concern from Wyoming. And if they wandered in Wyoming, we'll put them back in the park. Well, none of that happened. Of course, wolves did not respect the boundaries of Yellowstone. There's no fence up. They had no idea, the wolves, and they just went wherever the elk went. And they went into Wyoming and Idaho and Montana, and nobody put them back. Here's some photos of that early day. That's Secretary of State. He was then Secretary of State Bruce Babbitt on the far right. When the wolves were introduced that January day in 1995. That's what it looked like. There's a wolf waiting to be let out, Yellowstone National Park. I know there's a lot of controversy on whether it's been a success story or not. There's how things went in 1922. Wyoming left to its own devices, obviously, ranchers and other folks in Wyoming hunted the wolf into near extinction, if not extinction. There are some, and it wasn't just hunting, by the way. It was poisoning, trapping. I mean, by any means necessary, Wyoming ranchers got rid of wolves. Wolves were in no way compatible with anything a rancher wanted to do. And ranchers kind of called the shots back then, and they were on an exterminate mission for the wolves. And it worked back then, but then in hindsight, what happens when you remove an apex predator? What happens when elk, just to pick elk out, there's also moose, there's also theoretically bison, although wolves are not going to take down a healthy, full-size adult bison any more than they'll take down or kill a healthy bull elk. But let's say, when it comes to the elk, what happens when you remove one of elk's only natural predators? Well, the elk number populations explode. What happens when the elk population explodes? Well, they eat a lot of grass on public land that ranchers are grazing on. Now ranchers are kicking themselves in the foot saying, well, we shouldn't have killed all those wolves because now there's elk everywhere eating up all the grass our cattle are on out in the national forest. that was only one of the ill effects of removing wolves. Elk numbers got so numerous that elk would eat the bark off aspen trees as a winter supplement. It was like the only thing to eat in the winter. And they would kill a lot of aspen trees. Now we had less and less aspen in Wyoming. And no big deal, right? Well, the western bluebird loves to nest in aspen trees. So there was less and less bluebird. Now all of a sudden you've thrown off the whole dang ecosystem by getting rid of wolves. Oops. So that was reasoning for the reintroduction of wolves. You can argue all day whether these were the same kind of wolves that were in Wyoming. Were these bigger, badder, meaner Canadian wolves that weren't really here back in the day? There's some old ranchers in Wyoming that'll tell you that this new wolf is bigger. They swear by it, although the science apparently doesn't show that. And there's some old Wyoming ranchers that'll tell you we didn't get rid of every single wolf. There were still wolves around. There were still wolf sightings in the 1980s, for instance, 1970s. There was still ranchers who say, yeah, I would see a wolf once in a while. But anyway, the whole story of Mark Hines is super interesting. Only if learning that Wyoming was not given any kind of advance warning. That seems rather rude. Although I would have to think that the Governor Jim Geringer, at least knew of the intent to bring back the wolf. I'm sure that wasn't a surprise. I'm sure that, the former Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt wasn't hatching this plan in a basement in the White House. I mean, I'm sure everyone knew the day was coming when wolves would be reintroduced in the American West. I'm sure that plan was on the table. I'm sure Governor Geringer knew about it. I think what he didn't know is, we're doing it January 12th. Oh, by the way, it's happening today. That part, I think he didn't know. And I could see why the feds would not give advance warning, because there were plenty of people that didn't want the wolf introduced. And if you go and advertise to Governor Geringer and the rest of Wyoming, today's the day, it'll be January 12th that we're coming in with crates full of wolves, that there was a fear that maybe somebody would try to do something naughty. Somebody with a high-powered rifle and a scope, for instance, but I could see why you don't give the heads up. Still, it seems pretty rude, but another example of Washington, D.C. and Wyoming not necessarily seeing eye to eye on anything. Geringer said, this was thrown in my lap. Babbitt never called me in advance. He called me only after the plane was landed. Mark Hines has this story in the Cowboy State Daily. Pretty interesting. It's time now to Rodeo with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. It seems like the dust has just settled from the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo, a little over a month ago in the city of Las Vegas, Nevada. I heard a cowboy, and then I heard a judge and a pickup man say, well, here we go again, off to 2025. We'll talk about the upcoming schedule when we come back.
Ranchers, it's time for the Current Creek Angus sale. Monday, January 20th, 50 bulls, 25 bred heifers, and 25 heifer calves sell at the fairgrounds in Roundup, Montana. These are some of the very best Angus genetics the industry has to offer, with herd sires like WCF Payweight, VAR Shearcolt, CAR Yeti, and Woodhill Blueprint. Lunch at noon, sale time 1 o'clock. Catalog, videos, online bidding at frontierlivesale.com. Current Creek Angus, raising cattle bred to work in the real world. The American Sheep Industry Association's annual convention is headed for Scottsdale, Arizona, January 15th through the 18th. And the Western Ag Network's coverage this year is sponsored by the American Lamb Board. We'll bring you the latest news, information, and policy impacting U.S. sheep producers, plus important updates on lamb checkoff projects like Climate Smart grants and the Lamb Jam Tour. For more information about the 2025 ASI Annual Convention in Scottsdale, Arizona, visit sheepusa.org.
Like I said in the opening, well, here we go. 2025 is here and we're off and running. Time to do it all over again. Just finished with the Montana Circuit Finals, was at the Gillette, Wyoming Bucking Ball over New Year's Eve. That all counted for 2025 money. Odessa, Texas has completed the National Western in Denver, begins its 30-day run here in just a few days. Fort Worth, Texas, that big stock show and rodeo, will be at it before we know it, and my friend Bob Tallman and Mike Mathis will be there doing the announcing chores. That is a big feather in anybody's cap to go to Fort Worth, compete, and win that. I'll be on my way to Rodeo Rapid City by the end of the month, and then it's off to Tucson, Arizona, Queen Creek, Arizona, and Scottsdale, Arizona as well, all the while San Antonio, Texas is going on, Jackson, Mississippi, and others. Then it's off to Austin, Texas, and there we are. We're almost to summer, those major rodeos that all happen and count toward the world standings and a run for another world title in 2025, and we'll try to stay on top of it for you all right here on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Yeah, you heard Will talk about that Odessa, Texas rodeo where we showed you video earlier of Saratoga, Wyoming's Tucker Caricato making an 86 ride. And I'll tell you, the year 2025 might be Tucker's year. He just did turn pro. High school graduate. He was competing in high school rodeo last year, and what a difference a year makes. 2025 pulls his PRCA card, and yeah, he's for real. He's a legit bareback rider, and I expect he might be knocking on the door in the top 10 by the time the year is over. Sally Ann Shermer will be joining the show in a moment. One of the things I have to ask her, I guess it's the question of the morning. Do you wash your car at all? That's my personal question, because I don't wash my truck. Never have. I don't believe in it. That's what rainy days are for. But some people wash their vehicle. We found out Greg Johnson washes his car pretty regularly. Takes pride in a clean car. Not me. Do you wash your car in the winter when it's super cold? Is it even safe to do so? Or is it bad for your car? We have a story that concerns that. So I'll ask Sally Ann Shermer, first and foremost, does she wash her vehicle? She doesn't get out much, so she may say, I don't even know where my vehicle is right now. Or I don't know. But we'll also ask her what she feels about daylight savings time. Because there's a story from Andrew Rossi that talks about Congress and how they'll consider the Sunshine Protection Act introduced earlier last week. Daylight savings time would remain permanent if this bill passes. It would mean later sunrises and sunsets in Wyoming, and no more changing of the clock, no more spring forward, fall back. We'd do away with that. The headline of the story from Andrew Rossi is, if you like 8:30 a.m. sunrises in winter, then you'll like permanent daylight savings time. I might like that. I like when it's light. I mean, is there any way, the old Native American saying is only white man would believe cutting off the top of the blanket and sewing it onto the bottom of the blanket would make the blanket longer. I mean, no matter what you do, the day is still the same, right? somehow we got to figure out a way to make daylight savings time just to give us more light earlier and more light later. But you can't have both, I guess. Sally Ann Shermer, what do you think? Daylight savings time, are you a fan of changing the clock? Does it matter to you? What do you think?
Well, I have the life of luxury now. I hardly ever have to get up. The only time I set my alarm is when I need to call you. But I really do like the light later in the afternoon. If I could only have one, I would want it later in the afternoon to be lighter. But, my other is a school bus driver, and he likes the light in the morning. And so it's, it's a split thing, but I think, if President Trump is going to rule the world, then I just don't understand why we couldn't have both, Let's have an hour in the morning and an hour at night. And then everybody would be happy. The farmers would be happy. The school bus drivers would be happy. The moms with little kids would be happy. Let's just do it that way. That's what let's just make everybody happy. It's Monday. What the heck?
That's what I want. I want the light, an hour added on both ends. And don't tell me that.
I'm with you. I'll sign that petition.
Right.
I'll sign that petition.
I mean, according to the rhetoric we hear out of the Trump campaign, between Trump and Elon Musk, they ought to be able to figure out a way to give us an hour extra in the start and the end of sun.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm with that. The other question we're asking folks today is it ever too cold to wash your car in the winter? First off, do you even wash your car? I don't wash my truck.
Oh, I wash my car constantly.
Do you?
Constantly. When I worked in Casper, I washed it daily. I'm like kind of a manic person about that.
Yeah.
Now it just sits in the garage, so I don't wash it nearly as often. But whenever I'm in Casper, I wash it. So, and it's never too cold. To answer your question, it's never too cold to wash your car.
Wow.
Never. I drive predominantly white cars. I love the way a white car looks.
Yeah.
So I think I've had 3 in a row that are white. And so you have to wash them. Otherwise it's just gross. So yes for washing cars in the winter. Yes.
Huh. Interesting. Dale Killenbeck wrote that story. He asked some experts based in Casper, including Nick Wendling of Master Mechanic Shop, whether it's ever too cold to wash your car. He said, well, below, if it gets 20 degrees above zero or colder, you might want to double think it, but certainly dry it out by driving it. He said, go drive it on the highway to kind of dry it out.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely need that.
I don't, I just, why? I can't, why? It's just get dirty again. I can't do it.
Oh, yeah, it will. Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's
were
what
you,
happens when you live here.
yeah. Were
That's
you,
what happens when you live here.
planted in front of that TV for the Bills Broncos showdown?
10 hours straight through because it was the last 10-hour day. You can't say you don't care about any of those games. So I was thrilled about the Bills. I thought he looked great. He came out unscathed except for his bloody thumbnail, so that's a great sign. And honestly, I was very impressed with the Broncos, especially their first drive, their only scoring drive as it is. But I thought that they just, did not look nervous, and they just marched down the field that first scoring drive. And I think the Bills faithful were kind of stunned there for a minute. But, I think that things are only on the way up for the Broncos. And if you're a diehard Bronco fan like my significant other is, I think you can be nothing but encouraged, which is exactly the opposite of what Packer faithful should be. I am disgusted and bereft, and I can't think of any more adjectives about those Packers. I don't know. I don't know what the future is. I just don't know. I just don't know. I know they're very young, and I know they had a ton of injuries, but those Packers were a sad sack yesterday. A sad situation yesterday. And then we were rewarded with the 10 hours sticking with it by a walk-off at the end of the game last night. How about that? The only away team to win 6 games, the only away team to win were the Commanders. And how about that with a rookie quarterback, huh?
They've surprised me all season. I can't believe what the Commanders are doing. Golly.
I know.
With a rookie quarterback, yeah.
Talented rookie quarterback and a really good head coach. And, and they believe, man. I mean, they believe. So we're set up good for next weekend. 4 games next weekend. We're set up, in a delightful way for those. So I can hardly wait for those. But it's, as I wrote, it is coming to an end quickly. And I mean, quickly it's coming to an end.
Yeah.
And for someone who literally plans her life around football, as ridiculous as that sounds, it's the truth. And so we're in this zone now where we are every year. And I'm like, it's almost over. Then what am I going to do? But, I always think of something to do. And, let's try to be productive, shall we? After 6 months of not doing anything except staring at the extremely large screen, let's try to be productive. So we'll work on that. We'll have a list and we'll get some productivity out of me maybe. And, all is good. And so the Pokes go to Boise. How's that going to be? I don't know. Boise lost in the last second to Utah State. So I don't know what kind of frame of mind Boise will be in. And I think the Pokes, there's another upswing team. I think Sonny's going to get it together. And I think that, juggling the lineup early will pay off late. And I think that, the Pokes are going to be good. I think they're going to be just fine.
Yeah. I think Sonny's boys got to work on some consistency. Night in, night out, you got to be that same team. You can't just be an upstart on one night and then lay an egg another. They got to work on being more consistent. Going back to that Bills-Broncos game, I'll tell you one thing that makes me nervous as a Bills fan that I think Sean Payton mastermind exploited on that first drive was the fact that you can look for the home run ball on Buffalo. I think people have avoided trying to go deep on Buffalo because they play that too high safety and they play way back. But those two safeties they have, Hamlin and Rapp, are not exactly speedy. And they caught both those guys flat-footed. I think it shows the Baltimore Ravens that, you know what, you can throw that go ball every once in a while, and Buffalo can be victimized by the long ball, even though they play that cover 2 all the time. That was a little scary.
Yeah, and yes, it was. And I know it was the Steelers, and I think the Steelers are about in exactly the same boat as the Packers, honestly. But the Ravens looked frighteningly good. I mean, frighteningly good.
Yeah.
So I think if the Bills' defensive staff has their work cut out for them this week, no doubt. I mean, they looked frighteningly good. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Sally, let me ask you about that. As a coach's kid, as someone who's got contact with coaching staff, how much do you think? Now, we've seen mostly the favorites win so far in the playoffs, and that's just because they have better players and a deeper roster. How much, though, can a coaching staff affect an outcome? And we'll concentrate on the Bills case here, but it really can play anywhere. The Bills played the Baltimore Ravens earlier in the season and lost pretty bad. How much can you study film and change your identity at this point, or at least put new, try to figure out how on the X's and O's to beat a team? And you've got the same players that got whipped by the Ravens earlier this season. How can you change that outcome now by looking at film? Can you institute a game plan?
I think you can. Well, I've always looked at everything from the coach's point of view, obviously. And granted, coaches make huge mistakes that cost them games, but by and large, coaching is teaching. And if you can look at the film and understand what happened wrong the first time and understand the changes that can be made even in a week's time to adjust that, and trust your players who are professionals to get the message, and have a couple walkthroughs to actually show them, even if it's inside, it'll be inside in shorts, but so what? You can line them up and show them. I think you can make big changes in a week's time. And I think that really good staffs that are really good coaches, are very adept at doing that. And I think, I'll never forget in my life. I think it was our second or third year in Green Bay, and we played a playoff game against San Francisco out in San Francisco, which was at the time the Packers' big nemesis. And Fritz told a defensive back exactly where to stand in the end zone. I mean, exactly where to stand in the end zone. And the kid did not stand where Fritz wanted him to stand. And the 49ers scored a touchdown because of that, because the one kid was out of position, and one kid did not stand where Fritz asked him to stand. And I've never forgotten that. And our family talks about it all the time. So I think that coaching makes a huge difference. And I think that, I mean, they're not going to get a lot of sleep this week, but I think that coaching really does make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first thing that Josh Allen said in the post-game interview yesterday. It's time to, hit the film room and just watch film, figure out what we did wrong last time and fix that. But the other team's doing that too. So which coaching staff can affect the change? They're both studying each other. They know each other. By the time they get to next week's game, they'll know their opponent as good as the opponent knows themselves. And that what gives when you get down to that preparation, it's just fascinating, the game within a game, how much the coaches can get a team ready for who they're playing.
I think it is too. Yep, I think it is too.
Cool.
I think it is too. It'll be fun to watch. Yep. It will be fun to watch.
All right. Well, when football ends, you'll have a lot more time to wash that car, and we expect you to be driving around something really clean at that point.
It'll be really clean at that point. Yes, it will. Yes, it certainly will.
All right, Sally.
Enjoy the sunlight, and I don't know about your neck of the woods, but we're predicting Arctic blast of cold this weekend. So I mean, highs in the single digits and lows in the negatives. So it's really coming now. And so enjoy the week before it gets here. It's going to be 40 Thursday, I guess. So that'll be nice in central Wyoming. And then the Arctic blast hits. So have a great week, everyone. And we'll talk to you Friday. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's what, Sally Ann's right. That's what I heard. That's what we all heard from the Don day weather forecast. We're in for a cold weekend, but we're all go out Thursday and soak up that vitamin D. That'll be the last of it, maybe for a while. Roger chimes in on our Facebook Live, and he said, going back to the whole wolf reintroduction thing, Roger says the federal government tied the hands of Wyoming, then forced Game and Fish into wolf management, much like it has the grizzly bears. I don't disagree with that, Roger. The feds, when they reintroduced wolves, it became Wyoming's problem to deal with, Wyoming Game and Fish. As far as bears, we do have the interagency grizzly management team, which involves feds and state reps trying to manage grizzly when they get in trouble, relocating them or removing them from the population. These decisions are made in cooperation with feds and state, but presumably at some point off the endangered species list, grizzly bears will then be Wyoming's problem. Here you go, Game and Fish, deal with the grizzlies, and it all starts with whatever the feds want to do in the beginning, and then it's the state's problem after. Roger, you make a lot of sense with that comment. Let's take a quick break. Come right back with AARP top guy, Thomas Laycock. We'll ask him how he says his name. We'll be right back with that interview after this quick break.
You are my bread and love, baby. You are my light in the dark. It's time to tell you, oh baby, it's time. You are my bread and love, baby. You are my light in the dark. It's time to tell you, oh baby, it's time. You are my breath of love, baby, you are my light in the dark. It's time to tell you, oh baby, it's time.
Morning show with Jake.
All right, into the Zoom room, Thomas Lecoq. How do we say your last name, Thomas?
Tom Laycock will do.
Tom Laycock, and AARP top boss, executive director, president, CEO. What are you? What's your title?
Associate State Director, which is different than associate to the State Director, Jake.
Got it. Oh, it sounds like the distinction in The Office when
you got it.
Okay, you see where I'm going.
You got it.
First thing we got to talk about, Tom, is this pickleball has gotten out of hand. I know. I talked to Greg earlier today. He's like, why is that an AARP concern? I'm like, well, it's like older people are getting into pickleball and it's everywhere now.
I like it because I can beat my 14-year-old son at it.
There you go.
And I can't do that to with a whole lot of games anymore. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
We it's a lot of fun. It's a little great way to get people out and moving. And a couple years ago, actually, we've got a grant called the Community Challenge Grant, which just went live for 2025. The application did just last week. And one of the grants that we gave back in 2021 or 2020 was a grant that actually allowed for the building of pickleball courts in Wheatland.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They had an old stage, a bandstand they weren't using, and turned that into a pickleball court.
Nice. Cheyenne's got a couple already. The Leo Wolfson story concerning the rise of popularity of pickleball. It sort of got going during COVID as a way to play some sports that you didn't have to come in close contact with people. And it's tennis for the lazy, apparently.
Which is why I get along with it quite well.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Tom, let's talk about actual AARP concerns. One of them is this voter ID issue. I know Secretary of State Chuck Gray insists that voters have some kind of proper ID. For a lot of us, that's our driver's license. But for a good percentage of people of the population, they don't have a driver's license. They don't drive. They wouldn't even have one. So what are we going to do?
Jake, that's a good point. So Leo did a nice job on that story, kind of explaining some of our concerns. And then you go through the Facebook comments afterwards, and you read people saying, you need an ID to rent a motel room, you need an ID to buy a gun, you need to buy booze. I couldn't agree more with all those things. And for 99% of the people in the state, the driver's license is the way to go. We encourage all of our members to get a driver's license. If you can't do that, get a state ID. And in fact, we just sent out a story to our members pointing out if you need to get a state ID, here's how you do it. Working through Misty Zimmerman at YDOT, she is an absolute saint. Now, the people that we're talking about are actually, in terms of needing something a little bit different. It's somebody who may be in a nursing home, maybe somebody who's homebound, because we know 1 in 5 people in the country put away the driver's license when they reach such an age and don't think about getting a state ID. And so that's been a sea change. We've been working on our members for the last, 4 or 5 years since that bill originally went through to say, make sure if you give up the driver's license, you get a state ID. There are some folks that for whatever reason, advanced age, infirmity, things like that, have not been able to get to a driver's license station. It may be a long ways away. They may be at an age where, they haven't rented a hotel room for the last 30 years, things along those lines. So the compromise that we've actually put forward is, okay, get rid of Medicare and Medicaid cards. That's fine. That's what we'd used for those folks previously. But what we've put forward is this idea, it's the Texas method. So it'd be a little bit similar to what they do in Texas. So for those who are not able to show a photo ID, they can sign what's called a reasonable impediment declaration at the poll explaining why they can't get a photo ID. Now that goes before, in Texas, it goes before a county election board. County election board says, thumbs up, thumbs down. We're going to count this vote as we otherwise would. We've actually talked to the State Clerks Association. They think they would be able to look through that as well, because when you sign that reasonable impediment, you also bring proof of residency, so a utility bill, registration at a nursing home, something like that that shows where you live, and you have to provide the last four of your social security number. Okay, and so even after all that, the clerk or the county election board still gets to make the final decision. So we think that that actually probably gives you more verification of who you are than just me walking in with a straight ID. And so, like I said, we're not suggesting that people don't get IDs. We're not suggesting that photo ID for voting is a bad idea. We're fine with that. We just want to, make sure that we have this hardship available for probably the 100 people that'll need it. Because by and large, that's about where it is. We talked to an election judge here in Cheyenne, and at his specific precinct, he said we'll see 2 to 3 Medicare cards total each year, and that's it. And so this isn't a large group of population that we're looking at whatsoever.
Not a ton of people are affected, and this is a solvable thing, unlike the next topic, which is property taxes. I don't know what the answer is here, but I know of many folks that are being put out of their home because of, they bought the home, mortgage paid off. They bought it decades ago for $200,000-300,000. Now it's worth $2 or $3 million. And that's what taxes are based on, and it's like it's a hit that will drive you right out of your home. We need an answer. I would have thought the answer is freeze property taxes at the point of which you bought your property, and it stays there forever. I would think that would be a solution. I don't know what the answer is. It involves state lawmakers and keeping an eye on the legislative session. I don't know if you have any bills coming up that would affect that or what you got your eye on, but we need an answer for that.
Yeah, and Jake, I'll tell you, I completely understand the issue. We've lived in our house since 2021, and I think our property taxes have gone up about 40%. Okay, so that's I get it. I get why people are upset for sure. A couple things that we like to level set as we talk property tax. Okay, so let's remember that every dollar that of property tax that you pay, the first 72% goes to schools. Okay, so the second 18% goes to the county for everything from roads to just running of the county business. And to this day, I've never heard anyone call me and say, "Dang it, Tom, my road got plowed too fast," or "the road's too smooth." And
right.
So after that, you get that 72, the 18, then the rest of it goes to special districts, community colleges, districts, weed and pest districts, anything you've got in your community that's like that. And so we remind ourselves the state doesn't actually collect any property tax. Where the state can impact it is by putting limits on it in various ways, but also they can backfill. So what that means is they can take money out of the state general fund and give it to the schools, give it to the counties, give it to all those people who have been, those groups that have been affected by property tax cuts. So the property tax relief in 2024, we really had 3 big pieces of legislation that came through. House Bill 45 meant your property tax can never go up more than 4% year over year. Okay, because we know that we had some areas, especially Star Valley, Fremont County was kind of a tricky one that had more property value increase than you'd think. Here in Laramie County as well, and then of course Teton, they're kind of their own little world. But once again, never more than 4% because those areas were going up 25-30% a year. House Bill 4 changed the eligibility for the property tax refund program. Now we like this program. What it says now is if you make 145% or less of the county's median income, which I think in Laramie County comes out to something like 92 or 93,000. So if your household is there or less, you can actually apply for a refund on last year's property tax and get some money back. And then the other big bill that went through that starts this year is if you've paid property tax, residential property tax in Wyoming for 25 years, doesn't have to be 25 years in a row, it doesn't have to be 25 years in the same house, and you're over age 65, you'll get 50% off your property tax. So what we found about, in terms of what we know, the known impacts of that legislation thus far, the 4% cap resulted in a loss of $19 million in tax revenue. $8.5 million of that was Teton County alone. The long-term homeowners exemption, that's 65 and 25 we talked about, by late November, they already had 11,000 applications on that one. And then the property tax refund program that, 145% or less of your county's median income. In 2022, they had 7,700 applications. This year, over 15,000, or right at 15,000. So what they did was they actually stuck 20 million for the biennium in last year for that program. They've already gone through 14.5 million of that already. So the governor, in his supplemental bill and his supplemental budget, is asking for another 10.5 million to go to that particular program. And so as we remind people, understand property tax relief is certainly a good thing, but there's a healthy tension there, right, between services and taxes. And we're always kind of looking for where do we live in the middle of all that. So what we know is coming this year, we've seen on the bill tracker already, homeowners exemption that would take away the first 25% of your home's value up to $2 million. Okay, nice idea. I'd love that given what we've seen in my own house. However, that does come with a cost, about $200 million per biennium out of the general fund. We're also looking at that extra $10.5 million we talked about for property tax refund. And then finally, there's two bills that we've seen where that's 65 and 25. Right now, it's got a 2-year sunset. So what they said was starting this year and next year, we're going to let that program run for 2 years. Then we're going to stop. We're going to put a hard stop on it, figure out what the impact was, and then we can either start it over again or otherwise. But there's actually two bills that would remove that sunset permanently.
All right. Well, we're talking, by the way, to Tom Lecoq, AARP Wyoming. And Tom, I got to say, you guys do a great job of getting the word out. Maybe you were the genius behind the marketing thing. My other job is calling, doing play-by-play for sports, high school sports. And I remember last year or the year before, you had the idea that I would read a tagline whenever a team crossed the 50-yard line. I'd say, ARP wants to remind you when you cross over into 50 or more. It was just genius marketing. You must have a staff of pretty smart people working on that. Or maybe that was your slogan. I don't know.
It was a team effort by everyone in this room. So just 30 seconds, AARP, we're a membership organization. We're really, really selective in who we let in. You have to be over 50 and you have to give us $16 a year.
There you go.
After that, it's easy peasy. But, the things that we really work on, we didn't talk about it yet today, but the first thing that we lobby on behalf of is making sure seniors can live in their home as long as they possibly can. And right now, the state actually pays a lot of money for that. And so we've had a number of meetings where we've just let folks, especially in the appropriations committee, know you're going to, as you look through appropriations, as you receive these requests for cash back and forth, understand here's what keeps older adults in the home for as long as they can. And here are the pieces that actually save money. And so one of those things is, no one probably knows this because no one runs for office because they want to work on senior services, right? And so we stay a little bit below the fray for the most part. And so that question of right now, there's 65% of all the nursing home beds in the state are paid for by state Medicaid when people run out of money, but they still need a nursing home. And so that's something that we talk about. We also talk about the fact those people in a lot of cases can be treated with home services for 1/5 the cost of putting someone in a nursing home. And so there's once again a push-pull there. But we want to make sure that folks are able to be taken care of the older they get. The other piece we do, and I'm sure you're very familiar with this, given what we do at the Cowboy State Daily, is our scam prevention work. Because our folks are targets. Our members are targets, stop to finish. And there is one bill that I actually just found this morning that gives me a little bit of a concern. And we'll certainly talk to the sponsor about this, because largely the people who sponsor this are new to the legislature, and I think their heart's in the right place, but may not be quite as well versed on the scam side as what we're looking at here. But House Bill 145 would require folks that want to do a mail-in ballot to sign in their driver's license number or a Wyoming ID card along with their mail-in ballot. Totally get what they're trying to do. Totally understand. I think good idea in theory. However, our friends with experience tells when someone steals your driver's license number, they can open a bank account, they can set up a credit card, they can make unauthorized purchases, they can create a fake ID. So there's a lot of concern with this. And our thieves in Wyoming, we found would be pretty smart. And so if they understand that any envelope that reads county clerk, that it reads county clerk on it, probably has, over the course of the voting period, probably has someone's driver's license number in there. We could probably see some grabbing of that and some unfortunately identity theft that comes as a result.
Yeah, and this is not the old when you're talking about misleading, scamming someone. This is not like aluminum siding your house or some outfit pulling up saying they're going to repave your driveway. They've gotten so smart, scammers, especially online, that anyone could fall for this kind of stuff. And somebody's got to be advocating on the behalf of people like me or anyone, even 30-year-olds who can fall for something on the internet. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. Well, unlike pickleball, which I do have an opinion on, unlike property taxes, which I think I do know about and unsolvable, I don't know anything about one of your bullet points you want to talk about, and that's guardianship. Where are you going with that?
Sure. So let's talk about real quick what a guardianship is, because it has a lot of it can have kind of a nasty connotation. So a guardianship is actually when the court orders that you cannot take care of your affairs or yourself in a legal sense anymore. And so what happens is somebody petitions the court, ordinarily an attorney, uses specific benchmarks in order to take the next steps and what that looks like. Guardians can make decisions for someone else under a guardianship, and guardians keep decision makings and help avoid financial exploitation. So what ends up happening, the reason people get guardians, the reason the state's involved people getting guardians, is we see a number of folks who end up unable to take care of themselves or their affairs, but we can't find a family member or a friend or a neighbor who's willing to take on that guardianship role. And so in the past, the state has contracted through an outfit called Wyoming Guardianship Corporation. They fulfill that guardianship role, and they are professionals. They know how to do it. And so that's, that the process just goes a lot easier in that case. The Department of Family Services is actually asking for some money because we run out of guardianship slots in the state. And so we've got people that are on a pro bono wait list, but otherwise you can have the situations by which people are in a hospital or in a facility because they can't write the check themselves all of a sudden, right? The court has said these people cannot take care of their own affairs. And so this sort of speeds the thing forward a little bit. AARP's interest in this is we're a consumer advocate, right? Because guardianships can result in the loss of civil rights, guardianships are a last resort. And so we believe fully the state should put standards in to protect people under guardianships from abuse and adopt conflict of interest standards for guardians and offer training with checks and balances. We feel Wyoming Guardianship has done that. We follow the Wyoming Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force, a legislative task force this last year. We feel satisfied with the process. Keeps people at the heart of this.
We're talking to Tom, AARP. One last thing I want to hit on is ambulance. Older people, it seems like, and my mom included, they fall a lot. They get hurt in the home. They may need an ambulance ride. Who pays? Is that covered by Medicare? Who covers an ambulance ride, which can be one of the more expensive rides you're going to ever take?
That's a great question. Ambulance service is really a patchwork. Funding wise, the state doesn't put in any money. The county, the cities don't have to put any money. What you've got is in a larger community like Cheyenne, there's enough runs to the hospital where an ambulance company can actually make money. However, you get outside of town, and what we found is the Department of Health has estimated for a basic life support ambulance, you need to make 500 paying runs a year to break even. That's probably not happening in a Glendo, in a basin. You're not going to get that many rides. And on top of that, you offered a great situation where you said, my mom falls a lot. Now, if an ambulance doesn't take your mom to the hospital, the ambulance doesn't get paid. So if your ambulance just helps mom back into bed or checks her out and makes sure everything is okay, or if, heaven forbid, if we got a low blood sugar issue, they get her blood glucose back up. She doesn't need to go to the hospital, but no one's getting paid on that particular trip.
Really?
Now we do know Medicare actually pays for 53% of the calls in the state of Wyoming. However, they don't even pay the full cost of what it costs to run an ambulance. So every time that they're going out, you've got that same issue. So this last year, we started talking to folks around the state because over the past 10 years, we've had 16 Wyoming ambulance services either close or consolidate with somebody else. And so we got to figure out what can be done. We actually put out a survey to 1,008 adults in the state of Wyoming, all the way from 18 to 106. And we mentioned this. We said, in the past, the idea of Wyoming ambulance in Wyoming being an essential service has been shot down. Should it be an essential service? Now, 83% of Wyoming said yes. That was surprising. We didn't think it was going to go that high. And really, the reason we put the survey out in there is because I wanted to know if this is something that people don't really care about. I don't want to beat my head against the wall any longer than I have to. So, let's move on. We did ask, would you be willing to pay at least something more for ambulance service? 83% said that they'd be willing to pay between $5 a year or more. And so that was kind of interesting to get, this idea that some folks, granted we had 17% that said not ever, not never, and that's certainly fine. I think you're going to find that pretty much anywhere. But we're looking at some fixes. What can we do to help? Right now, there's no bill. I don't think we're looking at anything legislatively this session, but it's something we want to make sure people are aware of. That's sitting out there that we're still looking for questions and answers on. And I think one thing that we've kind of worked with the Department of Health is actually putting out an RFI, request for information, to see if there's any companies that would be willing to help us do the billing on behalf of small ambulance services around the state. The state would take a small percentage of that just to run the program. But what we found is a number of these smaller ambulance services, maybe aren't super consistent with their billing, or, that's just a manpower issue. It could be an understanding issue. But how do we make this as easy as we possibly can to make sure that they're getting the money that they actually have earned?
Well, between the boomers and the other generations that are aging, and the fact that I guess statistically we're not having kids anymore, is Wyoming, getting older as a population, or is there still a significant number of people that have not discovered Arizona and Florida, at least in the winter or year round? Is Wyoming aging for the most part?
Yeah, in fact, last year we actually had a 6% net in-migration of those age 64 and older last year. And then this is my favorite stat, between 2010 and 2021. The aging population, which is those 65 and over, increased 47% in the state. As a state, the entire population went up 2%.
Yeah.
So we are getting older, and that really concentrates in the northern tier of counties. When you look at the percentage of population of people age 65 and over, Park County, Hot Springs County, Johnson County have better than 22 of its populations age 65 and over. Platte County also falls into that. Then you've got Bighorn, Washakie, and Sheridan County, who are all between 22 or between 20 and 22%. So it's we are certainly seeing the aging, and so it's a good idea for us to kind of make sure that we got our house in order as it stands in terms of senior services in the state.
Yeah, I've always been aware of that. Hot Springs always comes up as one of the oldest skewing demographics county in Wyoming. It's interesting. All right. Well, Tom, thanks for spending time with us this morning. Appreciate it. Everything you do on behalf of AARP Wyoming, just $16. Is that all the dues there?
Yeah.
Well, that's doable.
Best $16 you'll ever spend.
Yeah, I think so. Well, thanks for being on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for all you do, Jake. We appreciate you, bud.
All right. Tom Lecoq, AARP Wyoming, thanks for joining the show. We got to zip in and close up the Zoom room and get to our next Zoom room guest, who this should be, by my count, Dale Killingbeck, who's got like a zillion stories that we need to get to. Let's get right back into the Zoom room, talk to Dale. Dale, you've been busy lately with stories. How you doing?
Good. Doing well. How are you, Jake?
I'm pretty good. I'm in my normal Monday scattered mode, but let's start with what's most important. is beer going to give us cancer? How did this happen? Do we have a new Surgeon General, by the way? Vivek Murthy?
Oh, he's been around for a while. He's been Biden's. Yeah, so he's going out with the Biden administration. So we'll be getting a new Surgeon General.
Good.
With
maybe the new one won't tie alcohol consumption to cancer. It seems that is the case. Alcohol, well-established preventable cause of cancer, according to the Surgeon General. How is that playing in Wyoming is what Dale Killingback explored. And I think, thankfully, he found that Wyoming Department of Health, at least one interviewee, Kim Detai, is kind of said it's not really playing in Wyoming. She's like, man, I don't know if it's changed anything.
Yeah, they didn't have much of a response for me, but I did talk to one of the docs here in Casper who's part of an Wyoming Recovery, which deals with alcohol addiction. And he said that, he's not concerned about people that are drinking alcohol, and any cancer thing. He was just concerned with people that have alcohol abuse issues, and trying to help them immediately. So he kind of, pushed that over to your primary care docs, and maybe talking to patients about that. But he too said, social drinking is up to the person.
Yeah, I can get my head around that a little more, that if you're drinking to the point where you may cause yourself cancer, you've got a lot of other problems that are probably ahead of the list, ahead of the cancer list that you might want to get addressed. It's like
and he said too, he went down the list of everything that causes cancer, and there's a very long list of that. So,
yeah.
I mean, to have alcohol added to that list, it just everything basically, can cause cancer at some point, it seems anymore.
Another Dale story. How cold is too cold to wash your vehicle? I have to admit, I never wash my truck ever. But
Jay.
I know. Dale, what about you? How often? I mean, do you wash your vehicle a lot, a little?
I'm kind of in the medium range, but my wife washes her vehicle all the time. So.
Yeah. I'm finding everyone I've talked to this morning washes it way more than I do, which of course, again, is never. But how cold is too cold? You talk to the experts. Casper-based mechanic Nick Wendling says, cold shouldn't matter. You might want to take a little extra care. If it's below 20 Fahrenheit, above zero, then maybe you want to wait for a warmer day. But the most important thing is getting it dried quickly. Take it for a ride on the highway, I guess, after.
Yeah, and he said that for himself, he doesn't wash his car if it's below 20. And I talked to a car wash up in Sheridan, and they said they actually close the doors when it gets to 10 degrees because it causes some ice on their pads that are flipping around inside their garage there. So,
how cold is too cold to fly the mail to a location and somewhere in Wyoming in 1930? Apparently, it's never been that cold. You found a collection of ace pilots that I don't know how they did it back in the day in the 1920s and 30s when airplanes were barely reliable. We were sending mail in these planes, and these pilots, open cockpit, flying around with not today's GPS technology. They just had a map for a while till it blew away, presumably. There it goes. And their idea of satellite was looking out over the edge and like, yeah, that looks like lander. Oh, man. How did you discover about these guys that carried mail in the airplanes?
Well, I've been interested in it since I went to one of the museums here, and a guy just mentioned it to me. And so I've been looking at that story, and I found this guy in Cheyenne that's kind of an expert on it. But what was fun to me about that, the funniest story out of that was this guy that, lands his plane and is taxiing along the ground, because the ceiling is too low, but he's hopping over every fence he comes across.
I love that.
At the edge of the Cheyenne,
That's Frank Yeager, by the way. No relation to Chuck Yeager, the greatest pilot of all time. But yeah, the ceiling was so. These are guys that flew low anyways, because this is back when you had to have a visual on the ground or you didn't know where the heck you were. These guys flew low, and yeah, if it was so bad, you had to do what Frank Yeager did. He just had to like fly, just hop along on the ground. Oh, there's a fence. I better get up over that. Or I guess you could be Hal Collison, who was up in 1923, January 6th, and lost control of his plane. He he pointed that plane into the wind, which helped the landing. And when he got out to figure out what the heck's wrong with this thing, there was no prop. I mean, no propeller. That might be a problem.
Yeah, exactly. And those guys dealt with stuff like that. He told me that, there's no record, but probably, a few hundred, maybe even more of these just forced landings that they had. They weren't crashes, but they just had to land the plane, and wait out the storm. So just incredible, skills that those guys and nerve that those guys had to have back in the day.
The skill set, the daring, between 1920 and 1936, the Wild West days of air travel in Wyoming. There were at least 6 fatal crashes we know of. And yes, how many hundreds of, oops, I didn't really want to land there. But yeah, interesting. What else did you have? The guy with the old cop car. Oh, man, I got to show people this. Fantastic story about this guy. And he won this old cop car that looks straight out of Mayberry.
Yeah, he won it in a raffle a few years ago. But it was a couple months ago. I'm in Casper, and this guy drives by me in downtown Casper, and I said, "There's a feature story."
Yeah.
And so I've been trying to find him ever since, but it was cool to connect with him. And just that story does look like it came right out of Mayberry RFD, a 1964 Ford Galaxy. And what was cool was he said when he got it, it had like a police sap in it and Billy Club radio, the siren works and everything. So he goes to the sheriff and says, is it okay for me to drive this thing, with all this stuff on there? And the sheriff told him, as long as you don't pull anybody over, you're fine.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, I got the bubble thing on top, and I got the siren still works. Is that okay? He's like, yeah, just don't use it. Yeah, it is pretty neat. It's a Galaxy 500, which is the same Ford model they used in the TV show, Andy Griffith Show. Looks just like it, 1964. Is that the year this thing? Yeah, 1964 Ford Galaxy. Herc Wall just won it for a $50 raffle ticket. And he said he's not really like a car guy, but he's had to learn how to car guy this thing, including, the first thing he did was scrape off a Ronald Reagan bumper sticker and put a re-elect Andy Taylor for sheriff bumper sticker on it. And he's also had to do a lot more work to get this thing ready. He said he's had it up to like 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, 120. He had to check out that engine, and see, it's a pursuit vehicle, right? So
yeah, I guess it has to run down bad guys. That's a pretty neat story. Yeah, and I was going to ask you, I have visioned that's how you stumbled upon the stories. You probably just saw this guy driving around. You're like, I got to track him down. How did you find him? You just saw his car parked out in the driveway?
No, I called the Mills police, and they couldn't, connect me to him. And then I called Mills government and kept bugging them. And then they actually contacted him. They wouldn't give me his phone number, but they contacted him for me, and he called me. So just being a little persistent, bugging people.
Yeah. That's excellent. I love that story. All 4 of those stories, fantastic, Dale. Appreciate your work. Thanks for coming on this Monday.
Hey, thanks, Jake. Have a great week.
You too. Dale Killingback, Cowboy State Daily, and 4 stories that he had that are one more fun than the next. Why is this Mills man driving around in a 1964 Ford Galaxy police car that looks seriously exactly like the one Andy Taylor drove in the Andy Griffith Show? Check it out. Also, the history of the early male pilots that put their lives on the line in order to get the U.S. mail to you in Wyoming. These guys flew in the 20s and 30s, well before reliable radar. Their wayfinding was a compass that sometimes didn't work, and a paper map, and just knowledge of the area. Incredible. And yeah, nerves of steel, these guys, and maybe a few less brain cells under the helmet than the rest of us have, because that is not a job I might sign up for. How cold is too cold to wash your car in Wyoming? About 20. If it gets below 20 F, you might want to rethink it, according to the experts. But for the most part, your car can deal with cold temps and a wash. And then finally, how are Wyomingites reacting to the news that the Surgeon General has called for cancer warnings to be added to your beer can? Alcohol consumption may be a cause of cancer. There is a tie there. Senator John Barrasso, for instance, who is a doctor, by the way, said labeling beer cans is not the answer. Wyoming Department of Health spokesperson Kim Detai said news that beer might cause cancer is news to her. And the rest of us beer drinking crowd in Wyoming say, we don't need no stinking warning labels. We are a little bit late on the top of the hour news. Let's do it now with Wendy Core.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 13th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by Visit Casper. Visit Casper invites you to come enjoy the Casper International Film Festival January 31st through February 2nd. A broad range of films from local and international filmmakers will be shown. Learn more and get your tickets at visitcasper.com. Cheyenne firefighters were dispatched to a structure fire at a familiar address Saturday night just north of the city limits. The corrugated steel three-bay garage is the Laramie County Fire Authority's Station 74, a non-operational facility that's home to the department's mechanic and wildland firefighting team. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson drove to the firehouse that was completely gutted by the blaze.
All the doors were off, and it looked like just nuclear apocalypse landscape inside. These trucks were totally burned out. They were ash, they were gray, they were half melting. It's right across the street from a nursery, a popular nursery here in Cheyenne. The owner of the nursery described watching it burn and was just worried and concerned that it was going to jump over the road. And luckily, no one was there. It's not a manned station anymore. They use it to store their wildland firefighting gear, and the mechanic is based out of there, so they do some work. So there's nothing there that affects day-to-day responses.
An investigation into what caused the fire is still underway. It's being handled by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the Laramie County Sheriff's Office. In late 2022, a San Diego couple began construction on a 3-story mountain getaway on the banks of Lower McDonald Creek just inside Glacier National Park. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that a federal judge is now weighing arguments in a lawsuit over the house, and her decision could invite more unregulated development inside national park boundaries.
So this couple did not get approval from the state of Montana, which regulates these kinds of things through local conservation districts. So now it's turned into this fight between this couple and the Flathead Conservation District. It's gone all the way up to federal court. We had a hearing on Wednesday, and now a judge has to decide, does the state of Montana have jurisdiction on private land inside Glacier Park, or is that jurisdiction reserved solely for the park?
If John and Stacy Ambler prevail in this federal case, the court could grant them immunity from a long-standing state law, which is meant to prevent costly damage to Montana's streams caused by developing in the stream bed or too close to the water along the banks. The Wyoming Supreme Court is considering whether and when it's appropriate for law enforcement agents to search a criminal defendant's lawyer. Attorney Jason Gay filed a petition last week to the state's highest court, asking it to decide if it's unreasonable for sheriff's deputies to search a lawyer and his office and potentially his home when the attorney isn't suspected of a crime. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Mr. Chet Walker of Southwest Wyoming was like, hey, I'm charged with violation of protection order, but I have some evidence that my wife violated a protection order and did some other bad things. And those are in videos on my phone. And so law enforcement tried working with Walker's attorney, Jason Gay, but ultimately the judge granted a warrant to search the lawyer's person, property, premises, and his firm. So the attorney, Jason Gay, is telling the Wyoming Supreme Court, like, you have to intervene because when cops start searching criminal defendants' offices, there's a risk that they'll stumble on other client files or other incriminating things or sensitive things that are supposed to be attorney-client privilege.
Gay told Uinta County authorities that he could hand over the needed data, but he wanted them to specify the scope or just what they wanted from the phone first, so only some evidence from the phone would be made available to law enforcement. Well, as if hunting elk in Wyoming's high country isn't already tough enough, Cade Cole took it up several notches by venturing into the mountains without food or water to live off the land. The 30-year-old hunter from Crowheart told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines he was able to kill a 5-point bull with a 15-yard shot and return home after 5 days in the backcountry with only 2 horses and a mule for company. He said that bare-bones primitive approach is all about getting back to the roots of hunting.
Over the past few years, he's kind of been pushing himself to more and more primitive extremes. He took his bow, his knife, and the clothes on his back, and that's all he took. In other words, he forced himself to live off the land. He started fires with the old-fashioned friction method. Just a cool experience of someone taking their skills and their knowledge of the wilderness to the utter extreme and challenging himself as hard as he could.
Cole makes a living by guiding hunting trips and also offers wilderness survival courses, but he said he doesn't expect his clients to go to the extremes that he did. U.S. Highway 20 was thoroughly immersed in darkness when Winnie Molnar left Worland last Saturday night. That's why she was surprised to have her route illuminated by several beams of light shining up into the sky. Molnar stopped to take photos of places where the light stretched like skyscrapers into the starless sky. The phenomenon, called light pillars, aren't all that unusual. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi, but they only appear under certain atmospheric conditions.
We're not talking like 32 or 30 degrees, but in the teens or single digits or lower. The ice in the air forms into hexagonal crystals, and then when the light of the surrounding landscape, whether that be your car or street lights or refineries off in the distance, the light refracts into these giant pillars that extend up into the heavens as far as you can go, and they reflect the color of the light. So they're a very beautiful phenomenon to witness.
Light pillars are more common in low spots like river valleys and basins where conditions can get colder and calmer. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Cold northwest winds aloft mean more chilly temperatures and gusty northwest winds across the state today and into a good part of Tuesday. For you folks in north central and northeastern Wyoming, still expect some occasional periods of snow and snow showers. Nothing real heavy, but along that I-90 corridor from around Billings to Sheridan to near Buffalo, then along Interstate 90 to Gillette, Sundance, and over into Rapid City, snow showers, cold northwest winds, and hazardous travel today. Scattered flurries elsewhere, cold northwest winds. Then the middle of the week, we have a break. There's going to be a little bit of high pressure moving temporarily between Wednesday through Thursday. That will lead to warmer temperatures and dry conditions. However, a heads up to livestock interests and a heads up to travelers, probably the coldest air of the winter season so far will be arriving by next weekend, and we'll have more on that cold snap for you as we progress through the upcoming week.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch. We're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
It's not yet ready for market, but a little robot gadget will be a game changer for agriculture safety and could save lives by preventing grain bin accidents. The device, called a grain weevil, is a 50-pound remote-controlled robot created by a Nebraska family, which could help prevent the roughly 25 grain bin engulfment deaths that happen every year.
A family friend who kind of knew their expertise said, hey, why don't you make some kind of robot to where I don't have to go into a grain bin ever again. So they did a little research, and when they found out how dangerous it really is to go in a grain bin, they said, heck yeah, we're going to do that. They did get a $1.1 million in total grant from National Science Foundation to develop this. What looks like a solid pile of grain really isn't. If you collapse one of these air pockets, which can sometimes be quite large, it just sucks you in kind of inexorably. If you fall in over your knees, you will struggle to get out by yourself. If it's up to your chest, it's like an emergency situation. It's literally crushing the life out of you.
The grain weevil can do just about anything a person with a shovel might need to do in a grain bin, like tamping down air pockets, scooping stuck grain off the walls, and breaking up surface crust so that the grain will dry properly. The device has already caught the eye of at least one Wyoming farmer who said he hopes it will be available soon. Well, imagine a future when self-driven 18-wheelers navigate the most infamous mountain highways in the West, such as Teton Pass and Gallatin Canyon. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that when that future arrives, a Bozeman company built partially on research done in Big Sky could be at the forefront of this bold new reality for the trucking industry. In December, Aurora, a self-driving technology company, announced the opening of its new office and testing facility on Montana State University's Innovation Campus in Bozeman.
So the technology is called LiDAR, and it uses laser pulses to measure things and detect things and respond to things. It's super eyesight. And the scientists that I spoke to at Montana State University said that they trust LiDAR more than they trust themselves driving in a snowstorm. That at night, especially, this LiDAR can detect things far down the road and then using software stop or slow down a vehicle headed in that direction.
Aurora's driverless trucks are equipped with LiDAR that's designed and built in Bozeman. They expect to launch their driverless trucks in Texas in April of this year. Well, the state of Wyoming received no advanced warning on January 12, 1995, when wolves were released in Yellowstone National Park. Then Wyoming Governor Jim Geringer told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that then U.S. Secretary of the Interior Bruce Babbitt didn't even offer the professional courtesy of a phone call. He called Geringer after he landed with the plane that carried the wolves from Canada.
They had no idea that the wolf reintroductions were supposed to be happening that day. They flew in, landed the planes, and it was only after the planes were on the ground and the trucks with the crates were headed toward Yellowstone. Oh, hey, by the way, we're going to release the wolves today. So 30 years later, that still leaves a bad taste in our mouth.
Wildlife biologists agree that the reintegration of wolves into Yellowstone has been a resounding success, but Geringer maintains that the way Babbitt started the reintroduction was disingenuous and dismissive of Wyoming's concerns and perspective. Well, Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd have one of the most iconic rivalries in Hollywood history, and one of the earliest cartoons to feature the two characters facing off was set in familiar-ish landscape, Yellowstone National Park. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that although Wabbit Twubble was released in 1941, it's taken on a new life thanks to the eclectic humor of the internet.
There's an internet meme called Big Chungus, which is just a fat Bugs Bunny that's become incredibly popular in the 21st century. Now, it's just happened about what's the origin of that? And it came from a 1941 cartoon. Wabbit Twubble was set in Yellowstone National Park, which is a westful tweet for Elmer Fudd. It's a really interesting cartoon from the nascent period of the Bugs and Elmer rivalry, where both the characters are recognizable, but they're not their established selves. And the fact that it's set in a Yellowstone but not is just their clever way of being funny back in the 1940s. But the fact that you can get a Big Chungus out of it today is a sign that these cartoons have a timeless quality that a lot of media lacks, and people are still enjoying gags and elements of those cartoons nearly a century later.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Big Chungus. Andrew Rossi visits corners of the web that I never get to, I guess. Not familiar with Big Chungus. But I must not get out on the cyberspace enough because I'm unfamiliar with this as well. It's part of This Day in History. On this day in 1794, according to my internet, which is not the same as Andrew Rossi's apparently, or probably yours, according to my interwebs, and occasionally I catch it being wrong, this day, 1794, President George Washington approved a measure adding 2 stars and 2 stripes to the American flag following the admission of Vermont and Kentucky to the Union. I immediately had a question about the 2 stripes. I know every star on the flag represents a state, but the stripes, as I learned it in school way back in 1st grade, right? The stripes represent the 13 original colonies, of which I didn't think Kentucky was one. And I wasn't sure about Vermont. So I had to look that up on the fact finder. I don't want to circulate fake news. And I think my This Day in Wyoming history is wrong yet again. Not that this is Wyoming history, but this day in 1794, note the date. Now, that would have been well after, I think, the stripes were declared as 13. From what I see of the internets, Continental Congress adopted a 13-star, 13-stripe national flag on June 14th, 1977. So from 1977 on, we've had the 13 stripes, and they have not changed, correct? So how in this day in history in 1794 could George Washington approve adding 2 stripes? That's just can't be correct. We added 2 stars in 1794 representing Vermont and Kentucky, not stripes. Stripes are the original colonies, which were Virginia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Hampshire, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. Phew. Okay. Boy, the lengths I go to just to make sure that this day in history is correct. On this day in history, Wyoming history, 1877, Corporal Charles Bessie. He was a corporal of Company A, 3rd U.S. Cavalry. He won the Congressional Medal of Honor this day for action he saw near Elk Creek, Wyoming. January 13th, 1877, while scouting with 4 men, his group was attacked and ambushed by 14 hostile Indians. Despite being outnumbered 14-4, his company held their ground. 2 men wounded during the fight. In fact, Bessie himself at one point was wounded, but he kept up the fight. He went to the assistance of his wounded comrades, and for this received the Congressional Medal of Honor for his actions and bravery. In January 13th, 1877, the Battle of Elkhorn Creek Although it is, I think, still today speculated as to where exactly this happened. Elkhorn is a popular, common name for creeks in Wyoming, and it could be one of dozens of Elkhorn creeks, but we're thinking the consensus is it's probably an Elkhorn Creek in the vicinity of Laramie and Fort Laramie rather than an Elkhorn Creek that's near Casper. That's what we're guessing, but that remains a little bit unknown. This day in history, 1885, Wyoming Territorial Governor William Hale died. The Legislative Assembly, by the way, appropriated $500 towards his funeral expenses and erected a monument in his memory. Territorial Governor William Hale died this day in 1885. This day in 1890, Union Pacific Carpenters went on strike in Cheyenne. This day, 1899, Jack Gage was born. He would serve as the governor of Wyoming from 1961 to 63. Also on this day in 1899, U.S. Senator Francis E. Warren introduced a bill for the construction of a government military post near Sheridan. As I shared with Don Day earlier this morning, it was this day, January 13th, 1918, that began a cold snap in Wyoming that highlighted what was the coldest, snowiest December, January on record. If you take those 2 months, December to January, you would not have been around Wyoming, I think, during the winter of 1918. Coldest and snowiest December, January on record. The cold snap that began on this day or was highlighted on this day was certainly cold. I'm reading all these newspaper headline stories that just show like obscenely cold temperatures on this day in history, 1918. We got some cold coming for this weekend. We'll talk more about that in a moment with Don Day. It was this day in 1929 that Wyatt Earp died in Los Angeles. The real Wyatt Earp, not the Hollywood version. Lived until 1929, died this day in L.A. And finally, it was this day in 1943 when it was reported that 2,600 teachers were employed in Wyoming at that point. 2,600 school teachers statewide, 1943. We got a few more than that these days statewide for sure. Don Day's cold weekend weather forecast is just coming into shape. We'll have some nice days before that, including Thursday. I got my finger on Thursday as the day where you want to get outside and do stuff if you got any outdoor chores that need doing. So it looks like it's going to be sunny and fairly warm in Jackson, maybe approaching 30, sunny approaching 40 in other parts of the state on Thursday. And then for Friday and then into the weekend, just super cold, the kind of cold snap where we're talking single digits, count them on one hand, above zero for a high, and double digit below zero lows. That looks like it's coming for the weekend. Here's Don Day with more about the weather.
Cold northwest winds aloft mean more chilly temperatures and gusty northwest winds across the state today and into a good part of Tuesday. For you folks in north central and northeastern Wyoming, still expect some occasional periods of snow and snow showers. Nothing real heavy, but along that I-90 corridor from around Billings to Sheridan to near Buffalo, then along Interstate 90 to Gillette, Sundance, and over into Rapid City, snow showers, cold northwest winds, and hazardous travel today. Scattered flurries elsewhere, cold northwest winds. Then the middle of the week, we have a break. There's going to be a little bit of high pressure moving temporarily between Wednesday through Thursday. That will lead to warmer temperatures and dry conditions. However, a heads up to livestock interests and a heads up to travelers, probably the coldest air of the winter season so far will be arriving by next weekend, and we'll have more on that cold snap for you as we progress through the upcoming week.
I don't know if I'm ready for that, but at least you've been warned. This weekend looks to be cold. two stories in the Cowboy State Daily today that concern futuristic type things, where actually three stories where we're talking about unmanned stuff. And one of them is autonomous driving semi-trucks. What happens when that trucker next to you is not a trucker? There's no one in the driver's seat. The truck is driving itself. Technology exists, and it's being fine-tuned by at least one company in Montana. Very interesting story from David Madison. What happens when we eliminate people from going into grain bins? That sounds like a good thing, actually. I couldn't believe the number that Renee Jean spouts in this story about grain bins. I think we've all heard of stories of farmers, and being one of the most dangerous things a farmer can do, a farmer or a rancher, is to get in your grain bin, your silo. You know, the silos on the farms, and some of them are filled with grain, and sometimes the grain gets stuck when you're trying to pour it out and send it off to market. It gets stuck in the bin, and so farmers go into the grain bin and seriously, like, just imagine it in your mind, like jumping up and down on the grain or something. And yeah, there's air pockets, there's shifting of the grain, and it's so easy for a farmer to sink in his own grain-filled grain bin and be buried. And it doesn't take much. It happens more often than you would think. How often? I got the number here that I found astounding. How many grain bin deaths per year? Let me see if I can find that. And the reason Renee has that story is because there's new technology now where one company is talking about manufacturing grain weevils to go in there and do the work of the rancher or farmer. I like that idea. Why send somebody in there to do what is a pretty dangerous job? Where is, imagine, it's similar to this, the reason why it's so dangerous and why it's very difficult to save someone who even sinks up to their waist in the grain. Digging a person out of a grain bin is next to impossible when it happens. According to one person interviewed in this story by Renee Jean, imagine digging a hole in the ground, and as you're pulling dirt out, it just falls back into the hole. It's like quicksand. It pulls you in, and once you're in, you're not getting out unless you have something to pull against. And the industry-wide deaths are, one is too many, but I think this number was like double digit. Where did I put? I can't find out where I put my notes on this story. Self-driving, let's see. Self-driving grain weevils. I love these robotic. Here's one time where I say technology might be better than what we have today, and I wouldn't mind AI doing this and not a person. For the most part, I like when people are behind the wheel of a vehicle and when people are doing the jobs, like writing and creating music. But here I wouldn't mind seeing a robot do the dangerous work. There's about 25 grain bin engulfment deaths a year. I can't believe that number. 25 deaths a year from people being buried in their own grain bin, their own grain silo. And that's the reason why we're seeing this Nebraska company developing a pioneering robot they call a grain weevil that can do everything in a grain bin that a human with a shovel might need to do. Sounds like a lot safer venture to me. I like this idea. Here's Renee Jean with more about this story of grain weevils instead of farmers getting into their grain silos. Sounds like a super good idea.
It's not yet ready for market, but a little robot gadget will be a game changer for agriculture safety and could save lives by preventing grain bin accidents. The device, called a grain weevil, is a 50-pound remote-controlled robot created by a Nebraska family, which could help prevent the roughly 25 grain bin engulfment deaths that happen every year.
A family friend who kind of knew their expertise said, hey, why don't you make some kind of robot to where I don't have to go into a grain bin ever again? So they did a little research, and when they found out how dangerous it really is to go in a grain bin, they said, heck yeah, we're going to do that. They did get a $1.1 million in total grant from National Science Foundation to develop this. What looks like a solid pile of grain really isn't. If you collapse one of these air pockets, which can sometimes be quite large, it just sucks you in kind of inexorably. If you fall in over your knees, you will struggle to get out by yourself. If it's up to your chest, it's like an emergency situation. It's literally crushing the life out of you.
The grain weevil can do just about anything a person with a shovel might need to do in a grain bin, like tamping down air pockets, scooping stuck grain off the walls, and breaking up surface crust so that the grain will dry properly. The device has already caught the eye of at least one Wyoming farmer who said he hopes it will be available soon.
I can't think of a worse way to go. Oh, man. But it's cool to see those little grain weevils doing their thing. I like this idea, a chance for tech to do something useful. I'm kind of 50-50, though, on this one. David Madison's story about a self-driving technology that's being considered in the trucking industry. I know that's the future. I guess that's the way we're going. That's where we're going. Sooner or later, we're going to have all our vehicles are going to drive themselves, and it'll eliminate the need for us driving, us being flawed humans. For the most part, we don't drive great, not as good as computers. And believe me, I've seen your driving. You're not as good as a computer. Some of the driving we've all seen out on the road is like, whoa, can't believe he or she just did that. What a knucklehead. It's the reason God gave us a middle finger, is to share our thoughts about your driving. It's atrocious, quite frankly, and computers can do it better. And this one company called Aurora out of Montana is poised to be part of the future when it comes to autonomous truck driving, that big semi-truck. I like the use of LiDAR. Here's what's going on. I'll show you, a photo from the story from David Madison. This Montana company, I love that it's Montana, by the way, based in Bozeman. This outfit does it all. The technology, the build, it's all homegrown in Montana. So that's pretty cool that the tech comes from the Big Sky State. Really neat. I love the idea that tech can assist on where drivers may have human error. And you look at this photo, for instance, it's very easy to get in the blind spot of a big semi. And wouldn't it be cool to be alerted if you were a human driver to the fact that, hey, there's a truck over in that right-hand lane. He's trying to pass you on the right where you're not supposed to pass trucks. There's a vehicle over there. It'd be cool to have that kind of tech, that kind of sensors around your pickup truck. I love that. But to have computers, have AI completely drive your semi-tractor trailer, I'm a little skeptical. I'm going to pose the question to our resident truck driving expert. We've got a gear jammer on staff ready to go. His name is Daryl Orr, and we're going to chat with him tomorrow about what he thinks about this technology. Self-driving company called Aurora announced last month that they're opening a 78,000 square foot office and testing facility in Bozeman, Montana, right there on Montana State University's Innovation Campus. And they hope to be a forerunner in self-driving trucks using LiDAR, basically. And what LiDAR is, we've all heard of LiDAR being used in, ground penetration, laser. And what is LiDAR? Well, LiDAR sees better than you and I, especially when seeing is not easy. Let's say your vision is a little bit obstructed by a blizzard going on. LiDAR doesn't care about a blizzard. Sees right through it. And it makes for some interesting questions. Here's David Madison with more on what this company, Aurora, proposes to do with some tech.
Well, imagine a future when self-driven 18-wheelers navigate the most infamous mountain highways in the West, such as Teton Pass and Gallatin Canyon. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that when that future arrives, a Bozeman company built partially on research done in Big Sky could be at the forefront of this bold new reality for the trucking industry. In December, Aurora, a self-driving technology company, announced the opening of its new office and testing facility on Montana State University's Innovation Campus in Bozeman.
So the technology is called LiDAR, and it uses laser pulses to measure things and detect things and respond to things. It's super eyesight. And the scientists that I spoke to at Montana State University said that they trust LiDAR more than they trust themselves driving in a snowstorm. That at night, especially, this LiDAR can detect things far down the road and then using software stop or slow down a vehicle headed in that direction.
Aurora's driverless trucks are equipped with LiDAR that's designed and built in Bozeman. They expect to launch their driverless trucks in Texas in April of this year.
Yeah, pretty cool story from David Madison. This company, Aurora, will have driverless trucks on the road in Texas, as you heard, April of this year. I see the only downside is when poor kids along the side of the road do this to the driver saying, do the honk your thing. There's nobody there. Unless Aurora builds in tech. Now, could the LiDAR detect the fact that there's kids alongside of the road that want you to blow the air horn? Then I think we've finally achieved. I would finally trust an 18-wheeler driven by no one. I would finally feel safe with it on the highway if the tech could be built into the cab that would recognize little kids and satisfy them with a honking of the air horn. Bah! Yeah. Otherwise, I'm really nervous. Jason Yeager, Executive Director of the industry group Montana Photonics and Quantum Alliance, explained how LiDAR has come along to allow for driverless trucks. LiDAR, a lot of us are familiar with what it can do, tracking, let's say, slow melting glaciers. So, in the year 2010, how big was this glacier compared to how big it is in 2020? LiDAR does that. But how does it then acclimate to something that has to be a lot more fast? And I guess Jason Yeager said the tech is essentially the same, but the application of it is very different. And the use of LiDAR could call for driverless trucks in the very near future. We'll talk to Daryl Orr tomorrow and get his opinion. He is a truck driver who drives a truck that has a lot of high tech built into it. But would he ever trust that thing to be driven by no one but a computer? He'll chime in. He's got some thoughts on the subject, and we'll hear from him tomorrow. That's going to do it for us today, as we're flat out of time. We'll get to more stuff tomorrow. You better know it. We'll see you bright and early, 6 a.m. For this Monday morning, we searched out what happens when a fire department is called to put out a fire in its own facility. It happened in Cheyenne. A California couple builds a house in Glacier National Park without permission. So sue us, they say. Actually, they said, we're suing you. Cade Cole goes primitive in his latest elk hunt. While he may pamper his hunting clients when he takes them out, This Wyoming guy out alone doesn't even bring food, water, or matches on his wapiti chase. Wyoming Supreme Court will decide whether cops can search your lawyer. How windy is too windy in Wyoming, and how cold is too cold to wash your car? We looked at that. The honor system works just fine at a Worland roadside vegetable stand. Sled dogs are coming to DuBois after a 20-year hiatus. And self-driving semis, grain weevil robots? What year is this? 2025, by the way, and the future is now. All these stories and more we discussed on the Monday edition of the Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake. More tomorrow. We'll see you at 6. Have a great Monday, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters.